Yeah. Can we compare, man? The results are in. And this is what I wanted to ask y'all. I wanted to ask y'all this, man. Drake ICEMAN versus Kendrick Lamar GNX. They've already answered this question on Twitter, but I'm asking the question in the poll right now is who dropped the better album? Drake ICEMAN or Kendrick Lamar GNX? And I'll say this. Yeah, we can go back and we can compare albums that came out, 10, 15, 20 years ago, whatever. We can compare it to the Good Kid, Mad City. We can compare it to Take Care. We can compare it to If You're Reading This, It's Too Late. We can compare it to whatever albums we want to compare it to. But let's compare the two albums that dropped. All right? Let's compare the two albums that dropped. After the battle. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about the two albums that dropped after the battle. The two albums that dropped after the battle are GNX, Really, and Iceman is the album where Drake is addressing the battle. And I mean, I already know some people are going to say, oh, well, what about HABIBTI or Maid of Honor? Come on, man. We already know that those albums really were just for the record companies and for the record labels to satisfy the deal with Universal. It's already clear, man. If we can't see that, then I don't know what you're talking about. And that's a whole nother music business discussion. That's a whole nother music business discussion. But as far as what we're talking about, and the reason why I have this image right here is because, yes, it's like even Muggsy Bogues got a dunk. You know, one of the lines that Drake had said in one of the verses for reference, in case if y'all don't know. For those of you that are tuning in, or for those of you that might watch this channel and don't know or understand hip-hop or hip-hop culture, Drake made a reference to Muggsy Bogues, who I believe was the shortest player to ever play in the NBA, which is a jab at Kendrick because a lot of people consider him being short. Yeah, man, that's what I got to say in some ways. And I was having this discussion with some people online. Well, a lot of people, I should say. I was having this discussion. I think I've already spoke to like nearly 100 people in just this week on this album. Online, debating, friends, all kinds of stuff. But I will say, though, that Drake, to me, is definitely hip-hop. You can't come with a verse or a bar like this and not be hip-hop. You just can't. You just can't. And that's the interesting thing to me, is that a lot of people out there will act like it's easy to become successful. Like, oh, well, you know what? The reason why he's selling so many records is because he did a rollout. Like, that's the only reason why he became successful, was because he decided to do a rollout. Do you know how many rappers or how many artists out there try to do rollouts and never become successful? There's a lot of artists out there who do rollouts and don't become successful. Isaiah Rashad did somewhat a rollout, and I love Isaiah Rashad. Okay? Wale just dropped. I ain't heard nobody talk about that album. Nobody. And you know what? They actually had to low-key check Wale on Twitter, because Wale's like announcing his tour and announcing that he has an album coming out. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I don't feel like fact checking it right now because who cares? But I believe that he might be signed to Universal as well. Or Wale is definitely signed to Universal. Okay, we see some votes coming in right now. We're about 50-50 on Drake and Kendrick Lamar on the poll. Yeah, man. Make sure you guys vote on the poll. Make sure you guys like, subscribe, share this live with some people, because we're gonna speak on some realness right now, man. We're gonna speak on the culture right now. So make sure you share and like this live if you can. But I see some of y'all already starting to vote on the poll. 50-50. Interesting. We got 50-50 Iceman and Kendrick Lamar. Well, looks like we got 2 votes. Looks like we got 2 votes at 7 minutes. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, so 1 Kendrick, 1 GNX. Or I'm sorry, 1 GNX, 1 Iceman. Let's see, man. Twitter already voted, and I'm not going to say it right now because I don't want to spoil it. No spoil alerts here. I want to see what my chat is thinking on YouTube and TikTok. We're about to jump up on there in a minute, too. But, yeah, man, as I was saying, and I mean, let's go back to, like, the whole battle, right? The whole battle situation. I think we all can admit, man, we all can admit that Drake bounced back pretty good. Like, you could tell that Drake went in and he studied GNX, because the whole Iceman album was really a response to GNX, right? And that's the thing, is that I heard some people say, well, I didn't listen to GNX. And I'm thinking to myself, like, well, how did you not listen to GNX? Like, yet here you are talking about who has a better album. You might not even really listen to Iceman. Like, the fact that GNX has been out for, I think, around 2 years. At least a year, right? GNX has been around for at least a year. And you're going to tell me that, like, oh, I haven't listened to GNX at all, but I am going to say that Kendrick is a better rapper. And that's cool, man. Like Jay-Z said at the Grammys, music is subjective. Everybody has their takes. Or everybody has their opinions, right? It's all good, man. But we have to give props where props is due. And in this particular situation, I believe that Drake deserves props for Iceman. It's an incredible album, sonically, lyrically, frequencies. It's an incredible album, man. There's no way that we could deny the fact of what he has done with this album musically, sonically, and lyrically. And not only that, but I'll say this, man. I'll say this. And I know some people in the comments were saying, like, oh, well, he's not real hip hop, or he's pop, or he's a pop artist, or he was pushed by the industry. Yeah. Not all of that's true. Not all of that's true, because I do believe that Drake is real hip hop. I do believe that he is. And trust me, come on, man. Y'all know beatGrade. Y'all know what's up. And make sure you guys like, subscribe, give a few likes. It helps the channel, helps the algorithm in this video, so we can get more people up in here, you know, speaking on what they believe. I'm going to read some of your comments, and I may take a few calls. I know some people don't always like that are in the chat, so we'll see. But if you can like this video, it really helps me and helps the algorithm, so I appreciate it. You know, and you don't have to like the message of what I'm saying. You don't have to subscribe. You can subscribe for a little bit, like the channel, unsubscribe. It's all good. I still got my plaque, my YouTube plaque right here on the wall regardless. So it's all good. I already got my plaque from YouTube. So I'm not doing it for the numbers anymore. I mean, I am doing it for the numbers, but that's not what it's all about. It's all about the culture too. You see, that's where that brings me to Drake. I feel like this album that he did, Iceman, and I'm speaking specifically right here about Iceman. I'll maybe talk about the other 2 albums later. But right now, I'm addressing Iceman. And I got to say that I feel like with this particular album, Iceman, I don't think that Drake did this for the money. I don't think he did it for the money. I mean, I know he didn't do it for the money. He didn't do it for the money. He didn't do it for the Billboard charts. And it's interesting that I've actually heard some people say this. Some people have said, oh, well, he did it to just chart. He's just trying to make hits. And, like, I don't think Don't Worry, which is one of my favorite songs on the album that I think a lot of people are sleeping on, but it's all good. That's why I do what I do, because I feel like I know I don't listen to what the public says. I listen to the songs that I like. Like DJ Khaled said, I like what Drake's likes. Nah, it's not like that. But I'm just saying, I like what I like. And Don't Worry, to me, is a banger. Classic. Certified classic, in my opinion. Certified classic. I love the beat. I love the little melodies. I love the melodies that he's singing on that song. That don't sound like he tried to do that for the radio. Shut the F Up, Janice. You could say that could be on the radio, and Plot Twist could be on the radio, but it don't sound like he was doing it for the radio. You know why I'll say this? Because of the subject matter. The subject matter was not for the radio. The subject matter was not for the radio. Yo, you're talking about Jay-Z. You're talking about the industry. You're talking about Kendrick. You're talking about the Grammys. You're talking about the Super Bowl. You just, like, who else is doing this? And then I know some people might say, now I haven't even heard people say this. And like I said, I've spoke to over hundreds of people this whole week, man. I spent the whole week talking to hundreds of people all over the country. Kansas, Detroit, New York, Philadelphia, Florida, Texas, Chicago, possibly. I don't know if Chicago jumped in there yet. I got to see. But, you know, San Francisco, man, maybe even Colorado and New Mexico. Who knows, man? I've been speaking to people all over the country. So much to the point to where I feel like I need to take a shot of tequila just to get through it, man. Just to get through it, man. Woo. Let me do this real quick. Oh yeah, we can't play that. We'll get flagged. I don't know if we could even play this, but nope, we can't play that either. We already tried that. And we're going to get into this too, where Drake joins Aiden Ross as co-founder of his brand Risk. Now, I don't know if that's true, but we'll look into that. But here, Drake, in this interview before he became famous on MTV, is very interesting to watch, because all of the things that he says in this interview, he pretty much manifested it. Like, I can't front. Everything, mostly everything, but pretty much for the most point. And I don't even think that he was near the level that he was at. I mean, you could already tell by the image right here, the screenshot right here, that this is a young Drake. So I just got to say, I mean, it's kind of interesting. I was going back, I was watching some interviews and watching things that were said. And I was like, hey, it's kind of interesting to hear Drake from this perspective.
Maybe, well, just a look.
Shop the new arrivals by Ashley Luxe and bring home the luxurious feel of plush boucle and velvet. Then sink into the cloud-like comfort of memory foam. The bonus? These sectionals can move to fit any layout, anytime. Shop the new...
Just Canadian, yeah. I'll leave it at that. Yeah, light skin, and, you know, maybe a bit... I'm not going to wear, like, the shiny...
clothes. I probably won't take my
off
shirt
either,
off
so... Degrassi has always been really supportive. It was unfortunate the other day. I had a very maybe a little under that, and yeah, it spawned from a conversation that just made me realize, you know, I'm 22 years old. I really don't know everything. You know, I have so much to learn, and
Young Drake.
really, I kind of learned what I was striving for in life, like, you know, to find love and like what all these interaction with women is about, and then, you know, to obtain the money to live comfortably and know how to deal with it, you know. And so for a 22-year-old kid, you know, in high pressure situations all the time, it's kind of it can cause you to make a mixtape like that, you know. So yeah, man, it's a great piece though, even just to have for me, even if nobody listened to it, even if everybody was like, this shit is weird, and it's, you know, I don't know what you're trying to do. For me, it's like it was such an essential picture in my scrapbook, you know. So I'm glad I did it, definitely. I got a great situation in the works. You know, should be coming to the light in about a week or so. Yeah. You know, we just gotta work out the little clinks and clanks, you know. But everything's great. You know, I'm honored to be in the presence of two of the greatest managers in the game. You know, Cortez Bryant, who manages Lil Wayne, and G. Robeson, who manages Kanye West. And now, you know, together. I met Jazz Prince on MySpace, actually. He would just reach out to me before I had, you know, a lot of this mixtape stuff done, especially this one, but even before, like with the other one, Comeback Season. He would reach out to me and just be like, yo, man, I like your music, you know. And he kept consistent contact, even when I had no clue who he was. Yeah, like, you know, I was just like, man, this guy's persistent, you know. And I did my research, found out that he was Jay Prince's son, you know, coming from a legacy of amazing hip-hop in Houston, amazing rap music. So, you know, we started talking more and more, and he was letting me know that he was around Wayne a lot. So, you know, I would sometimes be like, yo, you know, Wayne's got to hear my stuff. And, you know, and he's like, yeah. He's like, yeah. Yeah, he does. So he came to me, and he was like, yo, I'm gonna get Wayne to hear your stuff. And months went by, and so he finally, I got a call from his number. I was getting a haircut, so I picked up the phone, and it was like, I was like, hello, and I said, yeah, what's up, this Wayne? I was just like, what? I was like, who? He's like, yo, what's up, it's Wayne. I was like, okay, and he's like, yo, man, just heard your stuff, and you got to get down here to Houston. I gotta talk to you about what's going on with you, and was like, hello, and I said, yeah, what's up, this Wayne? I was just like, what? I was like, who? He's like, yo, what's up, it's Wayne. I was like, okay, and he's like, yo, man, just heard your stuff, and you got to get down here to Houston. I gotta talk to you about what's going on with you, and I need you on my team. So he's like, can you fly out tonight? So anyway, there were no flights that night. I flew out the next morning, and Jazz told me that he was in the car with Wayne, and he was like, yo, Wayne, did you ever listen to that Drake? Wayne was like, yeah, it's whack. Like, I don't really like it. And then, so I guess they kept rolling, and Jazz was just like, yo, did you really listen to that? And he's like, nah, I ain't listen to it, And he's like, yo, let me play you something. So Wayne let him play, a couple songs. And then that's where that phone call was birthed from. That all might be a lie, by the way. Just the whole story. I wasn't there. Jazz could have actually, that never could have happened. So, yeah, but hey, it sounds good. So, yeah. And then, and here we are, me and Wayne have become a staple duo on record. And for that, I'm honored. Young angel, young lion. That's what I always say. So, I really write. I don't, like Wayne does this thing it's scary and it's unfair, and I'm jealous of it for a million years. It's he sits there and they'll be playing a record and he'll just sit there like this and kind of be like chilling. And might get up and eat some candy and do whatever he does and then sit. And it'll take 40 minutes, maybe, if that, maybe sometimes 15, and then he'll do this and go like that and hop up and head right for the booth and lay like one or two or three of the most amazing verses that you've ever heard with lines that it's like, what just happened? Like, did you just make a movie in your head? Like, what just happened? Because you just painted the most colorful picture for this record. Wayne is so good at that, man. He's like, I'm in awe of that dude, and that's why, I'm proud to call him a mentor. But for me, I take my time, I write, and it's just about me getting my thoughts out. Wayne told me something really important one day. I told him, I said, how do you find those thoughts so quick? He said, it's not about making things up. You don't have to worry about making things up. If you're really writing from an honest perspective, your thoughts are in there. You just have to locate them. So he's like, you shouldn't stress about making up witty stuff, or, it's not about that. It's just about finding how you really feel and locating it, and then just saying it. Like, you're a rapper, so you know how to make it rhyme, So when he told me that, that's kind of where I get my influence with Wayne from, is like, just saying things that people wouldn't, normally be able to transfer from mind to mouth, because that's where a lot of like normal human beings lose a lot of color when they think something and then have to say it. It loses that clarity. The best rappers, Andre 3000, Kanye West, Jay-Z, Wayne, Jeezy. Sometimes Jeezy says some real yeah. So those guys, that's why they're the best rappers, because they mind to mouth. They don't lose it. There's no buffering process. Like, it just comes out. So, I mean, I just try and sort of follow that structure, and I just take a little more time. I write in my BlackBerry, and I go online to research things, like, if I need to. I take my time. I'm not really one of those rappers that prides himself on, like, oh, I did 50 songs tonight. It's like I can do 2 verses, not finish the song, and feel proud.
I did this interview with Jay-Z. He made a joke that he inspired a generation of bad writers. Everybody's like, I do shit like Jay.
Yeah.
But it works for Jay.
Yeah, it works for Jay, and it works for Wayne. But that's the thing. Like, it shouldn't be your tagline. Like, I don't even write. Well, like, if it's not quality product, who cares? We can tell, you know, like it's like, you know, maybe if you took the time to write, your shit would be a little better. You know what I'm saying? So it's funny that Hov made that joke, because it's like, you know, sometimes I feel like people almost pride themselves on that and kind of look at me funny when I pull out my phone and start writing. Like, you write, you know, like what?
He's like,
but,
yo, I'm gonna,
I mean, to each their own. You know, you got to do what works
stuff,
for you. It's a creative. And so he finally. Creative process, man. That's what it's about. You know, it's an individual creative process. It shouldn't be about. There's no standard. Like, you don't have to not write to be a good rapper. So, I mean, as soon as you understand that and you get comfortable with yourself, like, I don't care. I'll pull my phone out in front of anybody and start writing and say, yo, I got to go and check this website or do. I don't, you know, because I know that when I come with that verse, you're gonna be like, oh, okay, that's why it took, you know, 2 hours and you had to, you know, you needed the wireless internet hooked up. Oh, that's why, you know. So, I mean, it's just about quality, man, and just taking pride in yourself, you know, and having an ear. A lot of artists don't even know when they sound wrong or off. They like, yeah, that sounds the same as that hit that I have on the radio. And it's like, if you can't place, you know, if you don't know when something's wrong, you're gonna have, you know, you're not gonna be one of the greats. Might be cool for a minute, but you know, I mean, yeah.
In your experience with that, is there things that you found applicable to your music career?
In any form of entertainment, everybody has to be an actor at some point. It's whether you want to go on screen and really get deep into characters where it becomes a personal choice. But we all have to act, you know? Everybody you just interviewed on that bus has to act at certain points. You know, it's when you have fans, you have other peers, you have, you know, the potential for success, hate, jealousy. You have to act. You have to act professional. You have to, you know, sometimes act civil when you don't want to. So, you know, the entertainment business is actually based off acting. You know, we're all actors in a sense. Me personally, I'm just a man of self-expression, you know? So as much as I like writing, I like playing characters. You know, I just like entertaining people. And it's cleansing for me to just step out of body for a bit and be something else. You know, acting is definitely a passion of mine. And, yeah, I think it's just all around. I just feel like I'm a creative individual. I like to give things to people, you know? So whether it be a movie or, you know, like I have a TV show that me and one of my best friends, Maz and Elsa, did. We write, you know, and it's like, it's comedy, you know, comparable to like Judd Apatow and, you know, Michael Cera, but it's like, you know, with black people in it, you know. So, yeah, so, I mean, there's all kinds of basketball player all the time, or a rapper. I don't want to be like typecast because I do music. I want to be, like I always tell Tez, like my dream is like, you know, to be in a movie with like Will Ferrell or Michael Cera. You know, I'm a big fan of like all those, like Steve Carell, like 40-Year-Old Virgin and Knocked Up and Superbad. You know, I'm a big fan of those movies, and I feel like I've had the training, and you know, I'm surrounded by enough funny people that I could probably pull it off. So, yeah, I mean, my goal is to get deep into acting. You know, I want to be like this generation's Will Smith, but just maybe. Well, just a little, just Canadian, yeah. I'll leave it at that. Yeah, light skin, and you know, maybe a bit. I'm not gonna wear like the shiny clothes. I probably won't take my shirt off either. So, Degrassi has always been really supportive. It was unfortunate the other day. I had a very long interview with a publication that I won't into. I know that. I have supporters over there, you know. Hi, Stephanie Cohen, I love you. That's it. Yeah, see, you know. Yeah, you know, I have great supporters over there. Stephanie Cohen, Ian Christensen, like a lot of the people in the press department, and then even like up to the top. You know, the producers always they keep their eyes on the kids, and I know that I've come across their desk a few times in the last couple months. So you know, I think that yeah, it's all good. It's all good. When you're part of a TV show for that long, it's hard to really have animosity. You know, you spend every day around those people, and it's like, you know, as long as everything's kosher, can't go that bad. And my conquest is now to outdo So Far Gone in every way possible with this album, Thank Me Later. And until that's completed, I just want to keep giving people the collaborations. I'm very selective when it comes to my music. You know, I don't just aimlessly make songs with anybody, and you know, a lot of people kind of look at me funny for not doing many features, but I don't want to like kill the game to the point that people are like, it's like, you know, there's nothing new you can show me. So, you know, my goal is just to keep it timeless, you know, spread it out, breathe, pace it. I want to give people the collaborations that they're looking for on this album. And then just, you know, we have this tool called the internet now, us young rappers. or the interweb, as Leah Cohen calls it. So yeah, I've got you know, us. We have a great tool. You know, guys like Wale, you know, talented dude, Kid Cudi. All of us, sort of up and comers, I guess you could say. Our fan bases and our buzzes are, you know, stemming from these blogs and all these.
I want to make sure we can speak on this real quick. Can we speak on it real quick? Yeah, man. It's interesting that right there, and I'll jump on in just a second, but I'm just going to speak to y'all real quick. It's interesting right there that Drake spoke about Wale, and we were just talking about Wale. Like, let me make sure I backtrack that correctly.
Different things. So, you know, just in our causing. So, yeah, I've got, you know, us. We have a great tool, you know, guys like Wale, you know, talented dude, Kid Cudi. All of us sort of up and comers. So that just goes to show right there that Wale and Kid Cudi, who have been rapping. I mean, we all know, we see their tweets. These guys be active on Twitter still promoting their albums. They have been out there for just as long, if not longer, I think maybe Kid Cudi, than Drake. And like I said, man, Kid Cudi has done rollouts. Drake doing a rollout is no much different than Kid Cudi or Wale doing a rollout. And look, they've been in the game for the same amount of time. Yet, Drake is still on top. And I remember somebody was saying, well, not every rapper cares to be famous. Or, I mean, okay, I understand. Not every rapper cares to be famous. But he was also making it sound like not every rapper cares to be successful. Like, not every rapper cares to sell records. Which rapper is that? And furthermore, what type of a rapper like that will be able to keep a record deal? Not many, man. If you watch this interview in some ways that Drake did with MTV, he actually somewhat spoke a lot of things into existence. He manifested, man. Yo, I'll say this real quick. I see some of y'all in the chat. It looks like so far Kendrick GNX is leading at 67% over Drake ICEMAN 33%. But let me pull up the poll. I think we've been here a little bit. The poll so far on Twitter, with over 8,000 votes, says that Iceman was the better album. According to DJ Vlad, who went up and did a poll on Twitter. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we got to do our own poll. But it's interesting. Our poll looks like GNX is actually leading the way. But yeah, man, we're going to keep this stream going for a minute. Make sure you guys vote and say who you are. I mean, I'm not surprised to see that, to be honest with you, because I know that we got real hip-hop heads that follow this channel. So I understand that a lot of y'all are going to more so be into the lyrics. You know what I mean? But who's to say that Drake is not dropping some bad lyrics right now? I don't mean bad as in bad. I mean bad as in good, like Michael Jackson bad. Like, he's dropping some just amazing lyrics.
We can't front on this, man. And like GNX is definitely dope. Don't get me wrong. GNX is a cultural album that definitely makes sense. And my bad if it's a little choppy on the YouTube. Hopefully you guys can give some likes and subscribe. Make sure you hit up the channel, give a follow. Hopefully you guys can hear me all right. Tell me in the chat if you can or if you can't. And don't forget to vote. Don't forget to vote. Who's better, Drake or Kendrick? Iceman or GNX? You tell me. But yeah, man. GNX was like a straight West Coast album, and I appreciate that. I think that that was definitely an album that was needed for the West Coast. That was an album that needed to come out. Kendrick was just like, yo, man, I'm going to put the West Coast on the map. Now, as far as the Super Bowl goes, that is somewhat of an interesting concept if you really think about it. It actually is. It's an interesting concept because it's like, well, first of all, has Kendrick really been out that long to do the Super Bowl? I mean, I guess yes and no. Because who was like Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, that made sense. That made sense. Like Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg should have came out. They should have been done the Super Bowl a long time ago, right? But then we also have Kendrick, who appeared with Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg, right? Didn't he do We Gonna Be All Right at the Super Bowl with Dr. Dre and Snoop? So technically, Kendrick Lamar has performed 2 times at the Super Bowl. Let me pull that up real quick. And I thank you guys for tuning in right now. I hope you guys are enjoying your Sunday evening. I hope it's going right. If you guys give a few likes and subscribe, that always helps the video, helps the channel, helps the algorithm, and gets more people up in here. So I really appreciate y'all for that. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if we could play the video because we don't want to get flagged. But we remember all these images. I really like this image too. I only heard a few people speak on it, where he has like the American flag and it's like all the black people wearing blue and red and a few white. And could we also say that that might signify or subliminally show the Bloods and the Crips? Sorry if it's a little choppy. Hopefully you guys can see okay. I was just trying to fix a few of the settings real quick. Yeah, it makes you wonder sometimes. And like I said, man, I'm a Kendrick Lamar fan. But I gotta say, going through this somewhat has made me start to question some of the Kendrick fans. And I understand some Kendrick fans are going to be just so much into Kendrick that they just don't care and they don't want to hear anything else. And then some fans are going to be so much into Drake that they don't care and that's all they want to hear. But I got to say, man, if I were Drake and not only did you put the person who I'm battling up against me, you know, like you put the person who I'm battling up against me, right? But not only that, he goes on stage and he calls Drake a PDF. That's the other thing that's on top of this, right? Is that he goes on stage and he calls Drake a PDF at the Super Bowl. A lot of people will say it's definitely, if not one of the world's largest stages to perform at. Like, I could tell you this, man. I don't even remember who won that Super Bowl, but I know who performed. I know who performed at that Super Bowl. Kendrick Lamar. I know Kendrick Lamar performed at least twice. He didn't just do one Super Bowl. He did 2 Super Bowls. One with Dre and Snoop, and then one on his own featuring SZA. Wow. The power of Interscope Records, which is also a subsidiary, however you say it, next to Universal. Oh, man. Oh, are you telling me that Universal runs the Grammys and the Super Bowl? I think so. Hey, let me know in the comments if you guys feel like I should get some more people up in here on the chat, or if you guys are feeling what I'm saying. I can take some calls. Sometimes it's like hit or miss. Some people like it. Some people don't like it when I take calls. Some people are like, man, I don't want to hear what those people got to say. And some people make good points, and it gives me more ideas. So let me know in the chat, YouTube. And if you guys can give a few likes, it helps the algorithm. But let me know in the chat if you feel like I should take some calls or keep it going on my rant. And I thank y'all for that are watching, and I apologize if the screen is glitching out there and here. Sometimes it's the YouTube Wi-Fi connection, whatever, but at least hopefully you can hear me okay, because I know that sound is way more important. And that's the whole point about what's going on with Drake right here, man. Drake is showing you that basically he hits at a different frequency, man. He's hitting at a different frequency. And like I said, that goes back to the video that I was watching earlier, that we were all watching earlier, that I was showing you guys, is that Wale, Kid Cudi, a lot of these rappers were around the same time as Drake. You know what the interesting thing is that I don't even think Kendrick was there yet. I think Kendrick actually came much later. Yes, now that I think about it, Kendrick came much later on after Drake, or maybe like a few years later, not that much later, but still a few years. That's a little bit of time. So Drake was like already doing it, man. Everybody was already ready for him. See what you got to say, man.
Our fan bases and our buzzes are, stemming from these blogs and all these different things. So, just to keep those people entertained, me and Cudi were talking today at the spring break.
Cudi,
about, so many people asking, like, yo, when's that Cudi record coming? You and Cudi. So me and Cudi are gonna make it work. And other than that, I got a song with Ye and Wayne. I got a song with me, Wayne and Jeezy. So I got some stuff coming to just keep the people entertained until that album hits the shelves. And hopefully my work on So Far Gone will allow me to at least break into the industry in an impressive way. I'm not overshooting trying to sell 1 million first week or anything like that. But just
definitely did that.
Nice numbers would at least show people they didn't make a mistake and believe.
And his new Iceman, I think, already sold 500,000 in the first week. Pretty much, man. Thoughts manifested right here.
Even in me, so that's a goal. There's a track with Ye and Wayne, and there's a track I have with Jeezy and Wayne. So yeah, it'll be before the album. It's just some treats for the people that when you get to be around the big boys, I just want to show I can hold my own weight. So just got those tracks on the way. But yeah, other than that, like I said, I'm gonna keep making music. I'm always traveling around with my engineer, 4040. So we'll continue this saga. It does go on. It's gonna be a great year, man. It's gonna be exciting. I promise just to entertain people and keep them excited. That's my goal. I don't want to be like regarded as the best or whatever. That's not my goal. Is just I want to be like, yo, that guy keeps me entertained, gets me excited. That's really like, you think about when Kanye first dropped College Dropout, and the buzz behind like The Love Below and the buzz behind Fade to Black. It's like those times in music are some of the best times in people's lives. It's like you remember those times when an artist really had you amped up, like to come home every day and check something. So I think we sort of accomplished that with So Far Gone, and I just want to keep it going, with the album, try something different. So.
Hopefully you guys can see this right here. We're going to read this off in just a moment. I was just setting up right here on TikTok. But yes, Drake's Iceman faces off against Kendrick's GNX in fan album debate. So what we're talking about right here, man. What we're talking about right here is actually relevant. This was just updated 20 minutes ago. Let's read what the artificial quote has said to us on Twitter. Hold on for a second, y'all. Yeah. Let's read what the artificial quote has said to us on Twitter. And please give me some likes for those of you that are just coming in right now. All right, let's take it from the top one more time. Or we'll just read it from where it says. Drake dropped Iceman on May 15th. I think we all know that, right? Alongside two other albums, packing in disses toward Kendrick on tracks like Make Them Cry. The project mixes hip-hop flexes with features from Future and 21 Savage. Mr. Freeze, what's good, my man? I'm reading right now what's going on with the Drake lines. I mean, if you guys are watching the image, for those of you that are just joining in, we have the image of Michael Jordan with Muggsy Bogues, where Drake had mentioned in one of his raps against Kendrick that even Muggsy Bogues has got a dunk. Thank you for the likes coming in. I appreciate you. Shout out Mr. Freeze. Yeah, get some more likes, man, so we can get more people up in here. so we can get some topics up in here and get some people saying some stuff in here. So yes, please give me some more likes. Thank you, Mr. Freeze. I appreciate you. So yo, I'm reading what's going on right now on Twitter. Thank y'all. And it's basically saying about how Drake's Iceman faces off against Kendrick's GNX. We have a lot of polls that have come up. And I think DJ Vlad, if you guys know, is the one who made the poll today. Okay? Thank you for the likes coming in, Mr. Freeze. I appreciate you, fam. Vlad, in case you didn't know, he did the poll today where he basically asked, who do you think is better? Do you think, or not who do you think is better, like not who do you think is the better rapper, but who do you think put out the better album? Do you think that Drake Iceman put out the better album? Or do you think that Kendrick Lamar GNX was the better album? That's basically what was said. That's basically what was said today. I will say, if I have to go off of those two albums, and I think that those are the same two albums that we should talk about. And you know what's funny is that I actually went back. Thank you for the likes coming in again, Mr. Freeze. I appreciate you, fam. Thank you. Thank you, fam. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. If you can hear me. Sometimes I don't know if you guys can hear me okay, because I have the mic and I'm going into YouTube and these other platforms. So sometimes I just want to make sure that you guys can hear me okay. Beep, beep, baby. Dabba, 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 dee, dee, baby. Yo, that song's been stuck in my head like for the weekend, man. I got to say, Drake is doing it, dude. Like, Drake is doing it. Yo, we got to put a poll up. Hold on. Let me see if I could do the poll on TikTok too. I mean, we got the poll on. Hold on. We got the poll on YouTube, but let me try to see if I can create a poll on TikTok. Give me just a second, y'all. Trying to see if I could create the poll on TikTok. Quick poll. Okay, hold on, y'all. I know YouTube, you're probably like, what the heck is going on here? I'm trying to, the poll that I have, like Kendrick GNX, Drake Iceman. I want to know what your thoughts are. And I see what people are pretty much voting for on YouTube. Y'all started voting on YouTube, which is great. But I haven't really seen what people are seeing on TikTok yet. So I want to make sure that we're able to see if we can put that up real quick. Hold on for just a second. Okay. Come on, TikTok. Don't make it so confusing, man. See, that's what I like about YouTube. It's just like start a poll. Easy. All right. Who cares? I'm going to ask you guys right here in the comment section. You guys tell me. Right now we have 30% on YouTube. So I'll just say this. For now, unless I get the party started on TikTok, for now, you guys go to YouTube, which you can find in my bio on TikTok, and click the link and go in there and vote on the poll. Which album do you like better, GNX or Iceman? And the reason why I say GNX or Iceman, there's a reason. Because those were the two albums that came out after the battle. And we'll get into the A$AP Rocky in just a moment. But those were the two albums that came out after the battle. So that's why these are the two albums that matter. Like, yeah, we can go back to Good Kid, Mad City. You can go back to Take Care. You can go back to Pimp a Butterfly. You can go back to If You're Reading This, It's Too Late. You can go back to all those albums, man. But that's not the point. The point is that let's listen to the albums that happen after the beef. That's what I want to do, man. I want to listen to the albums that happen after the beef. You know what I'm saying? Because this shows you where each artist is at and where they're at and what they're coming with. You feel what I'm saying? Like, this shows that this is where each artist is at. And if they're coming with it, then, like, great. In case you guys didn't know, on Twitter, they voted that Drake had the best album according to After the Beef. So for those of you that are on the other platform, you can see that it says, damn, like, shut the F up, Jennings, shut the F up. He's like, damn, how many go back to the hills and go back to the hills? Damn. I was just like, yo, man, he was kicking some lyrics on that. Like, Janice, shut the F up. Yo, Drake was kicking some lyrics on that right there. But yeah, man, it's all about that. It's like, damn. Like, for real? For real. Damn. For real? For real. I don't know how y'all don't hear that, man. I don't know how y'all don't hear that. And just to emphasize today, I was on a stream earlier. Well, I tried to jump on a stream. They didn't want me on the stream. I got my comments deleted. Like, this is the thing with me, man. I feel like, you know what? Check. Can y'all hear me okay? Make sure you got the lights coming in because I want to lean back a little bit. I want to lean back. Let me get a little comfortable here. I hope you guys are enjoying your Sunday, by the way. I thank you for tuning in here. You could be tuning in anywhere in the world, but you're tuned in to here. But, yo, whether you at the beach or the mountains or chilling at home, in bed, on the couch, relaxing, or back in the backyard, barbecuing, or walking the dog, or running, or working out, or at work, like me, wherever you are in the world, if I hit it all, I appreciate you for tuning in here. I appreciate you. We're going to get it right, man. Happy Sunday. We got 70-30 on YouTube so far for the poll of Drake versus Kendrick. And we're not really talking about who's the better rapper. I want to make sure that you guys understand that. We're not talking about who's the better rapper. What we're talking about is who put out the better album during this beef so far. I think there's going to be more albums because we had Iceman. Drake responded with Iceman. But then we also had Kendrick. KT Holding says Drake Iceman is better. GNX a few songs, but is very corny and cringe with the beats and vocals. L. Lloyd C says, why can't we just have music without conflict? It's a shame. Yo, I agree with you, Lloyd. Or Loic. Sorry, it looks like Lloyd from back here, but it's LOYC. YOC. Let me address that, man. And I'm gonna address your comment too. KT Holding. Thank you for you guys' comments. I appreciate y'all, man. Yeah. I think right now that the industry is in an interesting point or interesting place to address your comment. LO Loy OC. Mr. Freeze says Kendrick is buns. Well, let me address this comment on YouTube, and then I'm going to address the comments on TikTok. That's what I like. We're streaming on multiple platforms right now. Let me tell you right now, man. We should be able to like both and have music without conflict. But in a way, to answer your question, LO or Loy OC, that's just a part of hip hop, and that's just a part of hip hop culture. Like, hip hop is a very competitive sport. It's very competitive, man. And so there's a lot of people out there who just they want to say that they're the best, and that definitely happens in rap. I mean, it happens in sports, but if you really think about it, rap, hip hop is definitely like a sport. I would say out of all the music genres, other than possibly maybe rock and roll, but out of all the music genres, like, rap is definitely a sport. So there's a lot of rappers out there that want to be the best. And that's why we have to go to the image of the Michael Jordan, Muggsy Bogues. Because Drake made a reference of this in his rap. And then it's like, if we think about it, like I said earlier, rap is definitely like a sport. Mr. Freeze, Kendrick is buns, huh? I don't know if I agree with that. I definitely feel that the Drake album is dope, and I feel like what Drake is doing is dope, but I won't go as far. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's when we get to the point to where we have fans in different places, and you see, I'm a hip hop head. Like, I just love hip hop, and I'm gonna listen to hip hop. And I think it's like we get to a point where we have Kendrick fans that are like, oh, Drake is trash. He's not real hip hop. You know what I say to that? Wrong. But then we also have Drake fans who will say, oh, Kendrick is trash. Or he's buns, like you just said, Mr. Freeze. Nah, I got to disagree with you on that too. Wrong. I got to disagree with you, man. Like, Kendrick and Drake are both great rappers. That's what I would go on to say. Kendrick Lamar and Drake, OVO, are good, or if not great, rappers. So I can't go on to say that Kendrick is whack or Drake is whack. And I really feel like this on top of that is that if you're a real hip hop head, how dare you? How effing dare you say that any or either of these rappers are trash? I don't understand that. Like, Kendrick is just as good as Drake, or Drake is just as good as Kendrick, if not better, and Kendrick, if not better. They're both great rappers. Like somebody said earlier in the comments, why can't we just have music without conflict? Well, there's a lot of reasons to answer that question. Because hip-hop is about conflict in a way. And that's a whole nother deeper subject that I could break down later, but I'm not going to break that down right now. Unless you guys give some likes or some shares in the comments and you really want me to break that down, I could break it down for you. Because trust me, I watch a lot of other YouTubers and I listen to what a lot of other people say on YouTube and their comments and all this and that. And I got to say, there's a lot of people out there with some dumb takes. And I know mine might be different because I haven't been as accurate or as, I wouldn't say accurate. I think I actually have been accurate because I've been like, when I do it, it hits. I would just say more so consistent. That's the word I'm looking for. I haven't been as much consistent. But right now, I've been working towards being more consistent. And I've been working towards more being online and being here more often. Mr. Freeze, I'm going to let you up for a minute. Yo, Mr. Freeze, if you got something to say, I think I had you on here for a minute. And like I said, I don't want to like get too crazy, like have too many people speaking up in here because I did have some people that said in the comments, they were like, oh, yo, you know, we hate it sometimes when you bring on too many guests and then it goes on a different track, or you guys must be done talking about the album. Now we're talking about other things like, oh, so what do you like to do for fun? Oh, I like to cook. Yeah. People didn't want to hear that. They didn't want to hear that. So if some of y'all are long-winded, I may have to cut it short, but I'll have a few people jump on real quick. But yeah, Mr. Freeze, if you're still with us, I think you had some things to say before that were pretty interesting. And the AI summary says, we are debating versus Kendrick's latest albums. I don't know if we're really debating it. I think we can all agree that Kendrick's album was doper. Mr. Freeze, what's good with you?
Yeah, what's good?
Oh, man. Yo. They're doing a poll. I got a poll rolling right here. GNX versus Iceman. But they already did it on Twitter. But right now it's looking pretty interesting on YouTube. What's going on?
Yeah, man, you already know I got that Iceman, and the numbers don't lie. We got the first week sales, and Drake got him by almost 100K.
It looks like over that. It looks like I actually had the numbers pulled up earlier. Let me see if I can pull them back up. But I think HABIBTI has done 100K or over 100K. I think it's done like 115 or 114K. MAID of HONOUR did like 100K. And then I think Iceman has already done like 500,000.
Yup. So, but I was gonna do it fair, and I was gonna do one album.
Right, and that's
Iceman
in the first week too.
GNX.
Let's also mention that was in the first week.
Yup. So, Iceman, I believe, was 460K, and GNX was somewhere in the 300,000s. So, I mean, that speaks for itself right there.
Yeah. And not only that, but by the end of today, it looks like it'll probably hit 500,000 is what they're saying. Officially. I think it already did that. But I guess what they're saying is that officially it should do that. By the end of today.
Man. But yeah, they're both great. They're both great artists. Kendrick's a hell of a lyricist. I just don't like his approach on the battle. That he had a result to, like, the PDF stuff without proper receipts. Like, you can't just say whatever pops up in your head, trying to end the man's career like that. But yeah, man.
But it was a battle. It was a battle, and it's interesting you say that. The reason why I say that is because Academics, I was listening to one of his streams, and he was saying the same thing, that it's like, hey, but this was a battle, and they don't like each other, and they want to be both on top, and they're both at the same record company, So it did happen where I guess I think a little bit of ego and pride got in the way, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
And Kendrick was like, yo, we hear these allegations about you, so we gonna push it. And you know, like I said, when it's in a battle, when you in a battle, DJ Vlad said this too in one of his comments where he said, whether you know you agree with what he says or not, but I was reading what some of the people were saying. It seemed like a majority of people agree with what he said. And Vlad had said that it's like when you in a battle with somebody, you don't know what they're gonna bring at you, you know? So it's like be prepared. Like just make sure whatever information is out there about you, you good, right? Or you know, it's all like and people said Drake doing what he did with Iceman. I think Kendrick is gonna come back and say some stuff too. I don't think Kendrick is gonna come back directly like how he had in the battle, but I think he's gonna come back and you know, do subliminals like how Drake did, or not subliminals, but like, you know, indirect jabs. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm hoping for that. You know, that battle definitely brought life back into hip hop, just like Iceman. Iceman did the same thing.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that. It actually made hip hop exciting again.
Facts. And then we got these, you know, there's 3 albums, so you know, people just need to let it marinate a little bit. Because I went back and listened to the other 2, and man, he got some stuff on there. I truly believe all 3 of these are actually masterpieces.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that too. HABIBTI is actually like pretty dope.
Facts.
That's why Pitchfork even gave it an 8.
Facts.
I
And,
mean, I don't even believe what Pitchfork says, but they still even said like, "Yo, this is fire."
Yeah. That's definitely one for the ladies because they love it.
Oh,
I got women.
It's so dope.
I got plenty of women.
Yo, it's so dope, dude. It's so dope, and I'm glad you said that because actually, I'm about to go chill with a bunch of women later on tonight, so I might throw the HABIBTI on and see how it works.
Yeah, for sure. They're gonna enjoy that. They're gonna enjoy that Maid of Honor too, though. If you want to see some ass shaking.
That's what I was thinking too. The Maid of Honor is like more like the club stuff, right?
Yup.
Yeah, nah, Drake, what he did right here was genius, man. I think it was, man. Like, even if he got out of his contract, right? Some people are saying that, which I think is true. If he got out of his contract, but he also dropped these 3 gems, that's a dope way to get out.
Nah, for sure. And I think the level that he's about to take it to, I mean, since we're talking about a comparison, I honestly think that at this point there is no comparison as far as you know, hip hop artists. Because Drake's, I mean, he's basically about to reach like Lucian Grange level.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yo, I like D Ross. D Ross's comment says Jordan is looking at Muggsy Bogues like, how did you even get here? I mean, because you know Drake said that line about Muggsy Bogues. Even Muggsy Bogues got it done.
Yup.
Yeah. No. I feel that. Yeah. Right now, we were doing a little bit of a poll because some people online I saw on Twitter. Well, they voted Drake ICEMAN over GNX. But right now, on my poll, we still got some more votes coming in though. But we almost got like 20 votes, which ain't bad. But right now, with 20 votes, it says that 60% is feeling GNX Kendrick over Drake ICEMAN. So it's like 60-40. But like I said, we've only been running the poll for about an hour.
Yeah.
So it's starting to catch up. But I'm just saying, if the culture says that Iceman is better than GNX, then let me ask you this. Do you agree that Iceman, do you agree that Iceman should win Grammys?
I think I would say I mean I think the question is, do Grammys actually even matter. Like when
Yeah, they do.
at a certain,
They do. I think when you win a Grammy as an artist, I think you make more money.
well, I'll say at some point, I mean, Drake's about to make billions. I mean, damn. But what I
But
was
yeah,
gonna
it does
refer to
help.
was,
It does help. It does help. It's a legacy. You're
well, I was gonna say,
building
at
your
some
legacy.
point, at some point, does it get political? I think is, you know what I mean?
Right? Okay.
Because if it's not just about the music, if it's like a political side to it too, then I mean, personally, I don't care if Drake gets a Grammy or not. I definitely think it should as best hip hop album. I guess of the year.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see this. Wait, there was somebody that said something right here. So I could pull that up. Give me 1 second. You said what? That Drake should what? Can you hear me still? You still there? Yo. Y'all still with me? I was just reading one of the comments though real quick that said Iceman streams are better than GNX. Also, when GNX was out, Drake album with Party Next Door was at the 4th spot. That's what Kenneth says. Can y'all still hear me on TikTok? Give me a comment in TikTok if you guys can still hear me. Yo, let me tell you this, man. Hold on, yo. Hold on. Damn. For real. Let me tell you all this. And I appreciate the comment that came in. All right, there. That's the one I want. Or nah, maybe I want different. Can y'all see this? Okay. Sports are rigged. Yeah, you know what? I agree with you. I think that sports are rigged too. So let's say we got about 60-40 so far on YouTube for the poll if Drake's Iceman is better than Kendrick's GNX. But let me just read this one comment that came in on YouTube that I saw where the cat was saying, Kenneth was saying, Iceman streams are better than GNX. Also, when GNX was out, Drake's album with Party Next Door. Okay, yeah. Yo, let me speak on that real quick. I don't think that Drake's Party Next Door, that he was really trying to make noise with that album. I don't really believe that. Like, let me ask you that question. Do you think that Drake, and I remember the album, Some Sexy Songs for You. Did you really think that that's the album that Drake was like really trying to promote? Or didn't you think that it's a possibility that Drake just put out the album to just put it out and just do some teases, right? Like he had no Kia on there, which was cool. He had no Kia on there, which was cool. And there was a few other bangers on there. But I don't think that Drake really put the album out because he was like really trying to like make noise or sell records for it. Whereas this particular album, I feel like it is, and it is what he has done. Let me see some other questions that you guys had. Sylvester says, stop idolizing athletes. Sylvester, if you're still here with us, let me say to you real quick. We are not idolizing athletes here. Even though Michael Jordan is one of the greatest basketball players of all time and the one to have changed the game. That's not what we're talking about here. What we are talking about here is the reference that Drake had made in one of the songs about even Muggsy Bogues gets a dunk. It was the reference that we had made. But, yo, thank you, Sylvester, for your comment. All right. Whew. I'm going to play some Drake footage from when he was just trying to get famous. For those of you that just joined in on TikTok, thank you for the votes that are coming in. Those of you that are voting on the panel on YouTube, I'm going to try to see if I can get some votes on TikTok. I don't know. It seemed like it was kind of tripping a little bit right there, but let's see if we can have a poll. It says poll started. All right, well, that's interesting because I don't see the poll. For real. For real. I just made like $250 a week. Like it just grew off a tree. Like it just came in for free. Yo, you can't say that ain't a dope line from Drake. Man, I was trying to get the poll going on TikTok, but I guess we'll have to get it going later. But yeah, GNX versus Iceman. Y'all tell me. Do y'all have any preference? This dude said, stop idolizing sports. It's like, yo, man, if you really knew what was going on here, you would know that what we are referencing right here is a Drake bar. That's what we're referencing right here. Like, it's funny to me that some people don't even understand that this is what this is. That's what this reference is. This reference is a Drake bar. It's not that we are up here referencing sports or idols or stuff like that. That's what this reference is. All right, you guys listen in real quick. Let me replay some of this for those of you that were tuning in earlier. You guys might have not heard the whole Drake interview, because I actually thought this was an interesting interview when I went back and I watched it on MTV. I was like, yo, man. He was actually saying some stuff. All right, tell me what you guys think. I'll be right back with y'all. Or yeah, let's watch the Vlad one. I didn't know. Or no, that's somebody else. I like watching the interviews before they were famous, you know?
What's going on? What's up, doggy? What are you saying, man? Chilling. It's been a while. Real, back man. On camp. You know, with the real DVD, a realest DVD in the city. For the real, man. Everybody else in the room, but you know, it's true. Got a lot of big things going on, man. Yeah, man. So you hook up with Trey songs, man? It's basically, you know, made the VA connect, same with the clips. I get a lot of love out of VA. So. Delonte, shout out to Delonte and Trey's brother Finch, 804 boys. You know, we just went down to Atlanta, made a connect. Recorded at the house, you know, the trap house, and just, you know, did the thing, man. It came out great. Trey's got this new album coming out with some big features, man. 50 and Mariah and crazy stuff. So.
What's the concept for this video, man?
All things fresh. You know what I mean? So it's basically showing like Drake and Trey, the two young jet setters that they basically are. You know what I mean? And know how it is like when you got girls and they want to be with you, and then once you achieve a certain amount of success, those same girls that were attracted to that success are the ones that kind of pulling you away from it. Like, why don't you spend time with me? It's like, because I'm successful. Like, I have to be focused on my job. Like, I can't just chill out at home with you like all the time. You know what I mean? Give them a snapshot of who Drake is and trying to help establish his brand. You know what I mean? So folks get like that Drake's not on the corner slamming stuff. He's, you know, he's in jet. You know what I mean? He's going to the right cover premiere for film. You know what I mean? He's on television doing an interview, those types of things. Like that's kind of his lifestyle. And then Trey as well. You know what I mean? So the two upcoming talented artists who just kind of like showcase how dope they are essentially.
Let me show you what it is. I was birthed up top, I was raised at the bottom of the map. Where the girls all thinking the hottest rap. If you looking for the good, then we got them in the trap like took it from white snakes to this metaphor might sound a little confusing, but y'all really how to come a long way from a day.
So with these girls now, is there anything in particular that you're looking for as far as looks, personality, or
looks? Classy, clean, just genuine, something that has that like X factor essentially. You know, it's like I like to say that here we're judging them by their personalities. But you know what I mean? It's like no, it's like that's not a knock. It's like I hope that these women are all, you know, good at heart. But that usually comes through in your beauty as well. It's like you kind of sense like when a person's good, just because it kind of exudes out.
Wherever you be residing at, cause I do things from the M-Town to the UK and from Spain back out to Texas. This album for my fans, but yo, this hook is for my ass.
Well, there's a lot of people feeling your music, but at the same time, there's a lot of critics out there not taking you seriously based on the fact that you started on the grassy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You can judge me if you want. That's cool. Like sooner or later though, it's going to be inevitable that your girlfriend's going to be playing it, your mom's going to want to listen to it, your brother's going to be like, can you get ready to give me an autograph? So I mean, you might as well just get with it right now. Like, and you're going to hear something like this, it's going to go, here we go. First time around, I left the cars at the house and I put the diamonds down. Them things come and they go, it's about the ramen now. I'm seeing it clearer, the season is nearer, and still I must change to get the crown hill. Have to switch it to upwards from downhill. But still that boy who's screaming out Orange Man will emerge the victim. My words are pictures, and yes, the color's so loud that you heard my scripture. With four walls, give me the right brush and I draw all. I promise I've been thinking before, y'all. I'm rarely inspired, I barely get tired, and you accomplish in a week what I'm daily required. I meet quotas while you rappers having sleepovers. Spending nights in the studio trying to beat Hova, be in the throne instead of being your own. But look, I'm making moves. Brother's gonna be like, can you get ready to give me an autograph? So I mean, you might as well just
in your beauty as well. It's like you kind of sense like when a person's good, just because it kind of exudes out.
Wherever you be residing at, cause I do things from the M-Town to the UK and from Spain back out to Texas. This album.
A lot of critics out there not taking you seriously based on the fact that you started on the grassy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You can judge me if you want. That's cool. Like sooner or later though, it's going to be inevitable that your girlfriend's going to be playing it, your mom's going to want to listen to it, your brother's going to be like, can you get ready to give me an autograph? So I mean, you might as well just live right now, and you're going to hear something like this. It's going to go, here we go. The first time around, I cars at the house and I put the diamonds down. Things come and they go, it's about around now. I'm seeing it clearer, the season is still I must change to get crown hill. Have to switch it to upwards from downhill. But still that boy who's screaming out Orange Man will emerge the victim. My words are pictures, and yes, the color's so loud that you heard my scripture. With four walls, give me the right brush and all. I promise I've been thinking for y'all. I'm really inspired, I barely get tired, and you accomplish in a week what I'm daily required. I'm quotas while you rappers having sleepovers. Spending nights in the studio trying to beat Hova, be in the throne instead of be your own. But look, I'm making moves in my city, so my ex-girls wanna be in the video. They ex-girls steady with me though. Important and vital, I'm caught in a sight, this is all I know. And yes, I know it well. I try to explain it, my effort comes to no avail. I'm from that place where they release records and no one sell. Instead they claim king, nigga, it's the same thing all day long. But that's a screw face. Rappers befriend you at first, but really they two-faced. Hoping you slip and trip over your own shoelace. That's why I tuck them in, not giving a fuck again. D-R-A, you add the K-E, 100 grand, you labels cannot play me. I'll never go broke, but in case that happen, I'm dating. If you got a placement up at Chase Manhattan and holla at me. Wow. That's just something working out. I know right now in this city at this current time there are rappers that are unhappy with the fact that this single did well. I know that. I know who you are. Like, I know. Because I hear about it all the time, but I choose not to acknowledge it because really, in retrospect, you know, it's like irrelevant. Like, sell some records, you know, like, make a move. Like, really. I'm not trying to be ass, but it's just what it is. Like, I mean, I don't do things like we go to the club and dudes will be like, yo, I'll battle you. And I'll be like, all right, I'll battle you. If you do you have money? Do you have anything that I want? Like, I'm not just gonna do it just to do it because I'm at a point where I don't have to do that stuff anymore. And I think that bothers certain people, the fact that maybe their grind or their rise to the top in music was a little harder. I just chose a different route. You know what I'm saying, dude?
Do it however you want to do it. I just want to let you know that I'm a you got
like I have working on this Bun B track. He's got like a techno vibe to it. I'm gonna put Bun. I don't want to get Bun on some slow samples out. I want to take him somewhere he has to go.
You one of them niggas working with you get check.
Alright, let me go back now. Let me go back and fill those holes quick. I gotta stop doing that, yo. You know what? I'll talk to you about it later. Doing that too much on every track. Yeah, like filling in the holes because I hate hearing empty space. Yeah, let me take it one more time. I can do that shit. Those holes and shit.
Check, look, we can do it however you wanna do it. I just wanna let you know that you ain't gotta be survived to, my nigga, just ride to it if you If you wanna get the dancing there, find a booty that don't even fit the pants it's in. But you ain't gotta do nothing long as you one of them niggas with the biggest you get.
A little exclusive for sure, man. That's an album exclusive right there.
I want to get the good sound out here.
Yeah.
Southern sign in there, man. That's why I can't grab it. It's too high, man. That's the only reason.
We can do it, have you wanna do it. I just wanna let you know that I'ma get it, man. You gotta be something to vibe to it. My nigga just vibe to it. If you get man. If you wanna get the dancing there, find a booty that don't even fit the pants it's in. But ain't gotta do nothing long as one of them niggas with the figures you can get, man.
The new Ashley Luxe collection is the drop your home's been for. With ultra plush play upholstery, beautiful wood bathed in French oak, and striking lines that make a stand in every room. Shop the new Arrivals by Ashley Luxe, available now.
We'll skip this.
This one's for you. Baby, you my
All right, what's going on, man? Drake. Shout out to all my people at 88.com. You know what it is. You know, I'm just I'm a man that raps, sings, and acts, and tries to do everything I can from an honest, genuine perspective. You know, draw people into me by giving you a piece of me. So that's me in a nutshell. I was really just always interested in music throughout my life, and then I met a couple people that sort of taught me about creating a song and really being, you know, more passionate about music and things. And then, you know, I started making tracks, and my friend Jazz Prince, Jay Prince's son, played Wayne a couple of joints. Wayne called me while I was getting my hair cut, and from there, you know, it was just flew me out to Houston. We met, clicked, and here we are. I think it's just all about the people you have around you. You know, I think that's what, when I can credit most of my success to, is just having a great team around me, a team that wants to see me succeed, and a team who will never just tell me yes, you know, just to say yes. You know, they'll tell me, you know, what needs to be said, and therefore we can problem solve together and create the best product. You know, and that's how this new mixtape came about. That's how a lot of the decisions I make come about, the photo shoots, and you know, even what I say in interviews. Like, yeah, I have a great group of people that give me an honest opinion. You know, so no matter if you're from Toronto or any city, really, you know, I think that's essential. But out here, it's just a matter of creating a product, and luckily, you know, we have the internet now, which is a great tool to, you know, build the buzz. So it's about creating a product, doing it right, and then putting it out to people and solidifying fan base. And from there, you know, whether you're from London or Halifax or Atlanta, wherever, you know, you can make it happen. And then slowly you start to keep the right people, you know, that put you with the right people, that put you with the right people. You know, you start meeting more and more people, your network grows, and before you know it, you know, you're at dinner with Jay-Z and doing crazy things that never gonna happen. You know? It's just how it goes. A good 16 is hard to do. I write a lot of like 40 and 50 bar verses because sometimes you just have so much to say that a 16 won't do it. A good 16, the key is a great starting line to me. I think the line off the top has to capture you right away. And you know, throughout the verse, you just have to separate. You have to break it down. Well, the way I do it, I break it down into sections of 4. You know, and you just have to make sure that each 4 bars is as strong as the 4 before it or after it, if not stronger. You know, and you just keep trying to out yourself, and then by the time you get to the end, you have the strongest form, and you can rearrange it. But a good 16 is hard to come by nowadays, you know. So, I mean, that's what we do though. We make these songs. The hardest part really is to do like a full record with 3 16s in it and make sure each verse is equally as strong. And that's why Wayne, you know, that's why Wayne is not even biased, but that's why Wayne's one of the best rappers, because you just every time you hear his first, second verse gets better, and then his third verse gets better, and you know that's a hard thing to do as a rapper. You know, it's just a lot of people be like, oh, that first verse is crazy, or that second verse is crazy, but to be like, oh, that whole song was stupid, you know, just in front of the back, that makes a great rapper. Consistency. What makes a good artist, a great artist, is somebody who, well, they say that when you think things in your head, you know, you lose a lot of vivid color when trying to say it. You know, the process from thought to speaking, you lose a lot of what makes that thought, you know, so vivid. So the rappers to me are individuals who can think something, and when it comes out, when they get in the booth and they record it, it's just, you be like, man, like I always thought about it like that, but I just, you know, I don't know how to know how to say it, you know, and guys who do that like in 2000, Kanye, Hov, Wayne, you know, that's a rare gift. And I think that any young rapper, you know, that should be something you strive for, is just to really speak to people and have them relate to you and be like, man, like that's how I always think about it like that. That's the best compliment I've had. Man, the perfect song, it'd probably be produced by Ye, and it'd be Kanye and Andre 3000. It's like a song that I really, really want to make in my career. You know, or even if Andre and Ye produce it together, I mean, I just think that, you know, I think both of them as producers are phenomenal, and I just think rapping wise, like I just want to hear all of us get together and kind of make a song. So that's something I want to do at some point in my career. Me and Andre. I don't know. Yeah, you had some pretty good questions. What's a good 16 had me stumped. I was a little thrown off with that. But that's a good question. That right there is a good question itself. Nah, I mean, no, it was a good interview, man. 80, 81, you know how it goes now. Well, you know, I just found Spark On. It's available. You know, you download it at octobersveryOwn.net. Coming out, I'm on Wayne's new album. I have a record coming out with Kanye West and Wayne. That's gonna be great. I got the video for Every Girl in the World coming out. I have my album coming out, Thank Me Later, which should be out mid to late summer. And whatever else comes, you know, I'm about to go on. I'm either gonna go back on this Lil Wayne tour, like to Europe or other spots, or do my own university college tour. So yeah, you know, 2009 should be a great year. You know, for me as a new artist, I'm really excited. And you know, things pop every day, new opportunities. So you know, it's refreshing because, you know, every day is something brand new. So tomorrow I might have something else coming out. You know, you never know. But for right now, I got enough on my plate. That's what it is. Shout out to October Zone. Shout out to ATF. You know, shout out Young Money, Wayne, Ransom. Shout out to LeBron. You know, just everybody that's a part of my project, and it's just my hands. You know, thank you. You know, we got you. And have fun. Promise.
Such a dope mix right there. Yo, shout out to LeBron, he said. And also, what is Drake had said right there? Also, what he had said right there was shout out to Kanye. Yo, can we say after listening to these interviews, and that's what I like to do sometimes. I like to listen to interviews before artists become successful or go back and study and do research. But can we admit that Drake was a fan of Kanye West? That Kanye West basically had birthed artists like Drake. Let me see some of the comments coming in. J Mace says GNX by millions. Is that why? Is that because, are you being biased just because you're a Kendrick fan? Like, look. Jay, I see your comment that came in. You obviously are a Kendrick fan and don't like Drake. But let me ask you this. Is there a possibility, all right? Like, is there a possibility that we can look beyond the politics? Can we look beyond the streaming services? Look, I see some of the comments coming in. It's actually interesting that we're doing bigger numbers on YouTube than we're doing on TikTok. That's rare. But so be it. Here we are. Is there a possibility that we could like not look at who is your favorite rapper and like, oh, okay, yeah, he's this culture. You know, I don't want to say it. I don't want to get all political and stuff like that. But like that's what I'm saying. I listened to some streams the other day, and that's what these people were doing. They were coming all political and like, oh yeah, and you know, the White House did this and used this part of his music for one of their videos and their social media. And it's just like, okay, and who cares? That ain't got nothing to do with what he's talking about on the album, sweetheart. Nothing. It has nothing to do with what he is talking about on the album. But yet, we got these people talking about all this stuff that I think that doesn't even matter. Let's focus on the bars. That's why I have this image up right here of Michael Jordan and Muggsy Bogues. Muggsy Bogues, apparently the shortest player to ever play in the NBA. Hey, great image right here, I think, in some ways. At least he got to play with Jordan, right? Notice how Jordan has, I believe, the 45 number instead of the 23 right here. Yeah, man, y'all tell me. All right, I'm about to jump back on the stream on TikTok. We'll jump back on. Yo, if you guys are there with me right now, make sure you follow me on the next stream. I think this one got flagged, so I got to jump back on TikTok. All right? Stay with me, those of you that are watching. I appreciate you. Stay with me. We got to reset. And if you guys want me to reset on YouTube, I mean, we'll stay on this, but tell me right now, because otherwise it's like...
With the American Express Platinum card.
Should I just cancel the stream right now? Because I got other things I can go do. It's a beautiful day outside. I can go do some other things, man. I can go to the beach.
You can unlock experiences like no other. Find out your welcome offer.
So y'all tell me if you want me to keep going. If you guys want me to keep going, tell me. I need to get a little love in the comment section. Ooh, we got a lot of votes coming in, man. In an hour, we're about at almost 30 votes so far. That's pretty good. And right now, it's still looking, rounded off, about 60-40. 60-40. 60-40 Kendrick, Drake. That's what we're looking at right now. Oh, this is interesting. I like this. I'm glad that I did a poll on this live stream. I like this, yo. So a lot of y'all are considering. Hold on. I may have to pull this up so we get the full analysis. So we get the full analysis. Ooh. Are we there? Are we there? I want to put the visual up so we can all see. Yeah, this is it right here, y'all. Iceman versus Kendrick. We jumping back up on the TikTok in just a second. Y'all tell me. Give me 1 second. I just want to pull up this other thing for y'all. I'm just looking at the earlier Drake interview because the one that Drake did with MTV is like kind of low-key classic. It's kind of a low-key classic interview because a lot of the stuff he said in there, he spoke into existence. Like if you watch Drake then and then you watch what he is now and what he's become, it's like he really did believe in himself, you know? And you can't take that away from him and you can't knock that or discredit him for that. Like he really did believe in himself.
It's a great time. It's a great time in my career and in my life, you know. I pulled a lot of stuff together. As far as like, you know, family goes and everybody is just in a real positive headspace. And you know, to come around Young Money, man, it's always fun, you know. And right now it's just, for me, it's about being humble. And it's just about, you know, keeping relationships up with everybody and just, you know, letting everybody know that no matter, you know, how big this gets, like I'm always here, you know. And I know that Wayne gave me a shot. And a lot of these people, you know, embraced me when I showed up that first day. So, you know, I owe them that much to stay as grounded as I can. So, yeah, I mean, we always laugh. We always have fun. And, yeah, Young Money's a great family to be a part of, definitely. As far as So Far Gone goes, I'm still in awe, you know, and I'm still
I just gotta watch this one
humbled again by the amount of people that took the time to download it, listen to it, quote it, put their, you know, put lines in their Twitters and Facebooks and all that stuff. It's something I'm very taken aback by, you know, because I used to be so self-conscious about the strikes against me, like, you know, coming from Canada and being on a TV show and being like, you know, super light-skinned, you know, this is some like, you know, this is things you used to be like, oh, is this gonna work? But now it gives me a chance to really accept that I am something different, I am something new. And now it's just, I see it more as an opportunity to really be like, well, maybe I don't have to be the next Ye or I don't have to be the next Wayne. I could just be the first Drake, you know. And I think that's something I'm happy about.
Let's rewind that part right there.
Was me really doing something I felt was necessary. I wanted to give fans information about myself before we embark on this journey together, before I make this album. Before I give them product that they have to really support, go out and buy. I wanted to gain their loyalty by telling them a little bit about my life. And I wanted to make sure I did it for free. It took us about, I'd say about 6 months, maybe a little under that. And yeah, it spawned from a conversation that just made me realize, you know, I'm 22 years old. I really don't know everything. You know, I have so much to learn. And really, I kind of learned what I was striving for in life, like, you know, to find love and like what all these interactions with women is about, and then, you know, to obtain the money to live comfortably and know how to deal with it, you know. And so for a 22-year-old kid, you know, in high pressure situations all the time, it's kind of I wanted to give fans information about myself before we embark on this journey. Really doing something I felt was necessary. I wanted to give fans information about myself before we embark on this journey together, before I make this album, before I give them product that they have to really support, go out and buy. I wanted to gain their loyalty by telling them a little bit about my life, and I wanted to make sure I did it for free. It took us about, I'd say about 6 months, maybe a little under that, and yeah, it spawned from a conversation that just made me realize, you know, I'm 22 years old. I really don't know everything. You know, I have so much to learn. And really, I kind of learned what I was striving for in life, like, you know, to find love and like what all these interactions with women is about, and then, you know, to obtain the money to live comfortably and know how to deal with it, you know. And
Drake speak right
so,
here.
For a 22-year-old kid, you know, in high pressure situations all the time, it's kind of it can cause you to make a mixtape like that, you know. So yeah, man,
I like listening to these interviews right here before rappers became famous. That's what I'm saying. I like listening to these interviews. Drake on his first mixtape, So Far Gone, and his hopes for his career on MTV News. That's what we were listening to right now on YouTube. And for those of you that are just joining in, the image that I have right here is of Michael Jordan and Muggsy Bogues, which for those of you that you want to know, this was a bar that Drake had spit in one of his verses, right? Even Muggsy Bogues got a dunk. But I was playing some Drake interviews before he had got famous. And I got to say, man, like I was saying earlier to those of you that are on YouTube, but I just like joined on another stream right now. So sorry if I sound a little repetitive. But I got to say, man, Drake spoke a lot of things into existence. Yeah, man. He spoke a lot of into existence. Let's listen. Tell me if you guys can hear this.
It's a great piece though, even just to have for me. Even if nobody listened to it, even if everybody was like, this shit is weird, and it's, you know, I don't know what.
I know you can't see it on TikTok, but this is early Drake before he got super famous.
What you're trying to do, for me, it's like it was such an essential picture in my scrapbook, you know. So I'm glad I did it. Definitely, I got a great situation in the works. You know, should be coming to the light in about a week or so. Yeah.
MC Freeze, what's good? You said whisper my name. Yeah, I had you on the call earlier. I don't know what happened, but I think it got cut out or something happened. But you said whisper my name, but don't say it loud. Yeah. Appreciate you, fam. And thank you guys for the likes coming in. We got to jump on a new stream. Yeah, man, Drake is definitely coming with some lyrics on this, and this is why I chose to play some of these interviews, because I like hearing from rappers before they become famous. But yo, I remember watching some of these interviews right here, especially on MTV, before Drake became famous. So this was after he dropped the mixtape So Far Gone. And I guess the mixtape So Far Gone was making some noise. Well, not that I guess, it was, right? And then he got ready to drop Thank Me Later, which went on to be a classic. So it's kind of interesting listening to this MTV interview where Drake, you know, speaks a lot of stuff into existence. But if you look at this image right here of Drake, and I remember one of my homies had said this before back in the days, but I never really looked at it like that, because I was always like, well, is he a dope rapper or not? If he's a dope rapper, then cool. Who cares, right? But sometimes I was like, all right, let me see. Is he a dope rapper or not? Thank you for the likes coming in. I appreciate you. Thank you. We got over 100 likes. Thank you so much, fam. Thank you, Mr. Freeze. Thank you, fam. I appreciate you. And I'll just say this before we get up out of here. I know I was on another stream earlier, but yeah, I will say this, man. If Drake came into your office or whatever it is, and like, let's say you're a record exec or a record label or whatever, and he came in looking like that with that smile and that look and that grin, and he said, hey, I'm going to be the biggest rapper of all time, and I'm going to sell this many records, and I'm going to be super famous. And he said something, I forgot what it was that he said, but I think he pretty much did that with the nearly 500,000 sales this week with the Iceman. Like, you see him as this character here, and then he turned into the Iceman. I know you can't see it for those of you that are on TikTok, but if you go to my YouTube channel, here looks like a Marvel character to me. He looks like a character who's all of a sudden gonna turn into a villain. Like, oh, right now he's all happy, he's enjoying it, he's understanding it. You know what I'm saying? He's part of the culture, right? He's feeling it, right? And then all of a sudden, it's like, I mean, we got this right here. All of a sudden, it's this. Jan, shut the F up. Like, it's pretty critical. Y'all tell me. Yo, the way Drake, I mean, I understand you're a grown man, you're going to grow, you're going to lean into some stuff, but the way Drake is right here in this image, for those of you that could see that are on my other channels, yeah, man, the way Drake is right here compared to, and wait, we'll go back to that one later. To where Drake is right here. Yeah, that is a significant change. I mean, what do y'all think? Y'all tell me.
In the presence of two of the greatest managers in the game, you know, Cortez Bryant, who manages Lil Wayne, and G. Robeson, who manages Kanye West, and now, you know, together. I met Jazz Prince on MySpace, actually. He would just reach out to me before I had, you know, a lot of this mixtape stuff done, especially this one, but even before, like, with the other one, comeback season.
Hold on.
Websites your competitors don't want you to know.
Hold on. Yo, Drake, are you serious? Let's get this out of real quick. Wait, hold on. Drizzy Drake met Jay Prince on MySpace? Hold on. Let me repeat that real quick. Drizzy Drake met Jay Prince on MySpace. That's crazy. Yo, that just goes to show you the power of MySpace back then. And I remember a couple of cats that hit me up on MySpace that were in the industry, and I remember like MySpace was kind of like the new thing, and you did see some celebrities on MySpace and then they would disappear. But yo, that's crazy. Like, technically, if this interview is correct, in some ways we could say that Drake got discovered on MySpace. I don't know. Let's rewind that.
present to two of the greatest managers in the game. You know, Cortez Bryant, who manages Lil Wayne, and G. Roberson, who manages Kanye West, and now you know, together. I met Jazz Prince on MySpace, actually. He would just reach out to me before I had, you know, a lot of this mixtape stuff done, especially.
Jay Prince is the one that brought him into the industry and introduced him to Lil Wayne. So technically, I guess that certifies that Drake got discovered on MySpace somewhat.
This one, but even before, like with the other one, comeback season, he would reach out to me and just be like, yo, man, I like your music, you know, and he kept consistent contact even when I had no clue who he was. Yeah, like, you know, I was just like, man, this guy's persistent, you know, and I did my research, found out that he was Jay Prince's son, you know, coming from a legacy of amazing hip-hop in Houston, amazing rap music. So, you know, we started talking more and more, and he was letting me know that he was around Wayne a lot. So, you know, I would sometimes be like, yo, you know, Wayne's got to hear my stuff, and, you know, and he was like, yeah. He said, yeah, he does. So he came to me, and he was like, yo, I'm gonna get Wayne to hear your stuff. And, you know, months went by. And so he finally, I got a call from his number. I was getting a haircut, so I picked up the phone, and it was like, I was like, hello, and I said, yeah, what's up, this Wayne? You know, like, I was just like, what? I was like, who? He's like, yo, I never know. And I flew out the next morning, and Jack told me that he was out with Wayne. And he's like, yo, Wayne, did you ever listen to that Drake? Wayne was like, yeah, no, black, like, I like it. And so I just kept rolling, and Jazz was like, yo, did you really listen to that? Nah, I ain't listen to it. Yo, listen to that, you know. And that's where that phone call was birthed from. That all might be a lie, by the way. Just the whole story. I wasn't there. Jazz could have actually, that could have happened. So, yeah, you know, okay, like, sounds good. So, yeah. And then, and here we are, hey, you know. Me and Wayne have become a stable duo on records, and for that I'm honored. You know, Young Angel, Young Lion. That's what I always say. So, you know, I really write. I don't, you know, like Wayne does this thing that's scary and it's unfair, and I'm jealous of it for a million years. You know, it's he sits there and, you know, they'll be playing a record and he'll just sit there like this, you know, kind of be like, chill up and eat some candy and, you know, do what he does, and then.
Let's prepare together. Learn how to build your kit today.
We'll play it right now. We'll keep it playing. Well.
Maybe if they sometimes and go like that, hop up and head for the move and lay like one, two of the most amazing verses that you've ever heard with lines that it's like, what just happened? Like, did you just make a movie in your head? Like, what just happened? You know, because you just painted the most colorful picture for his record. When you look at that, man, I'm in awe of that dude. You know, and that's why, you know, I'm proud to call him a mentor. But for me, I take my time. I write. It's just about me getting my thoughts out. I know Wayne told me something important day. I said, I find those thoughts so quick. He said, it's not about getting tough. I don't have to worry about making things up if you're really proud to call him a mentor. But for me, I take my time, I write, and it's just about me getting my thoughts out. You know, Wayne told me something really important one day. I told him, I said, how do you find those thoughts so quick? He said, it's not about making things up. You don't have to worry about making things up. If you're really writing from an honest perspective, your thoughts are in there. You just have to locate them. So you shouldn't stress about making up witty stuff, or, you know, it's not about that. It's just about finding how you really feel and locating it, and then just you know, saying it like rappers. So you got to make it rhyme. You know, so when he told me that, that's kind of my influence with Wayne. Like,
let's part one more time.
Wayne is so good at that, man. I'm in all that dude, you know, and that's why, you know, I'm proud to call him mentor. But for me, I take my time, it's just about me getting my thoughts out. You know, Wayne told me something really important one day. I told him, I said, how do you find those thoughts so quick? He said, it's not about making things up. You don't have to worry about making things up. If you're really writing from an honest perspective, your thoughts are in there. You just have to locate them. So he's like, you shouldn't stress about making up witty stuff, or, you know, it's not about that. It's just about finding how you really feel and locating it, and then just you know, saying, like, you're a rapper, you know how to make it rhyme, you know. So when he told that, that's kind of where I get my influence with Wayne from. Is like, you know, just saying things that people wouldn't, you know, normally be able to transfer them out, because that's where like human beings lose a lot of color when things something to say, like, you know, got the little clinks and clanks, you know. But everything great. You know, I'm honored to be in the presence of two of the greatest managers in the game. You know, Cortez Bryant manages Lil Wayne, and G. Roberson, who manages Kanye West, and now you know, together. I met Jazz Prince on MySpace, actually. He would just reach out to me before I had, you know,
MySpace.
Not this one, but even before, like with the other one, comeback season. He would reach out to me and just be like, yo, man, I like your music. You know, he consistent contact even when I had just like, man, this guy's persistent. You know, I did my research, found out that he was Jay Prince's son. You know, coming from a legacy of amazing hip hop in Houston, amazing music. So, you know, we started talking more and more, and he was letting me know that he was around Wayne. So, you know, I would sometimes be like, yo, you know, Wayne's got to hear my stuff, and, you know, and he's like, yeah. He said, yeah, he does. So he came to me, and he was like, he's like, yo, I'm gonna get Wayne to hear your stuff. You know, months went by, and so he finally, you know, I got a call from his number. I was getting a haircut, so I picked up the phone, and it was like, I was like, hello, I said, yo, what's up, this Wayne? You know, like, I was just like, what? I was like, who? He was like, yo, what's up, Wayne? I was like, okay, and he's like, yo, man, just heard your stuff, and you know, you got to get down to Houston. I got to talk to you about what's going on with you. And, you know, I got you on my team. So he's like, can you fly out tonight? So anyway, you know, there were no flights that I flew out the next morning. Dad told him that he was in the car with Wayne. And he was like, yo, Wayne, did you ever listen to that Drake? Wayne was like, yeah, you know, it's whack. Like, I don't really like it. And then so I guess they kept rolling. And Jazz was like, yo, did you really listen to that? And he's like, I ain't listen to it, you know. And he's like, yo, let me play some. Let me play, you know, a couple songs. And then, you know, and then that's where that phone call was birthed from. That all might be a lie, by the way. It's just the whole story. You know, I wasn't there. Jazz could have actually, that never could have happened. So, yeah, you know, but hey, it sounds good. So, yeah. And then here we are, you know. Me and Wayne have become a staple duo on records. And for that, I'm honored. You know, Young Angel and Young Lion. So, you know, I don't, you know, like Wayne does this thing that's it's scary, it's unfair, and I'm jealous of it for a million years. You know, it's you sit there and, you know, they're playing a record and he'll just sit there like this and, you know, kind of be like, and then might get up and eat some candy and, you know, do whatever he does and you know, it'll take 40 minutes maybe, if that, sometimes 15, and then he'll do this and go like that, hop up and head right for the booth and lay like one or two or three of the most amazing verses that you've ever heard, lines that it's like, what just happened? Like, did you just make a movie in your head? Like, what just happened, you know? Because you just painted the most colorful picture of this record. Wayne is so good at that, man. He's like, I'm in awe of that dude, you know, and that's why, you know, I'm proud to call him a mentor. But for me, I take my time, I write, and it's just about me getting my thoughts out. You know, Wayne told me something really important one day. I told him, I said, how do you find those thoughts so quick? He said about making things up. You don't have to worry about making things up. If you're really writing from a perspective, your thoughts are in there. You just have to locate them. So he's like, you shouldn't stress about making up witty stuff. You know, it's not about that. It's just about finding how you really feel and locating it and then just you know, saying it. Like, you're a rapper, so you know how to make it rhyme. You know, so when he told me that, that's kind of where I get my influence with Wayne from, is like, you know, just saying things that people wouldn't, you know, normally be able to transfer from my mouth. That's where a lot of, like, normal human beings lose a lot of color when they think something and then have to say it. Like, you know, loses that clarity. The best rappers, you know, Andre 3000, like normal human beings lose a lot of color when they think something and then have to say it. Like, you know, it loses that clarity. The best rappers, you know, Andre 3000, Kanye West, Jay-Z, Wayne, Jeezy, you know, sometimes Jeezy says some real, yeah. So, you know, those guys, that's why they're the best rappers, because they mind to mouth, they don't lose, there's no buffering process, like, it just comes out. So, I mean, I just try and follow structure, and, you know, I just take a little more time. I write in my BlackBerry, and I go online to research things like I need to. You know, I ask myself, I'm not really one of those rappers that prides himself on, like, oh, I did 50 songs tonight. You know, it's like I can do 2 verses, not finish the song, and feel proud.
I did this interview with Jay-Z. He mentioned about a bad writer. I do it like Jay.
Yeah.
But it works for Jay.
Yeah, it works for Jay, and it works for Wayne. That's the thing. Like, it shouldn't be your tag. I don't even know
what an AI platform is. Bringing AI powered changes to the Monday platform in 2026, and what they actually, we all know what
like, if it's not quality product, who cares? You know, like, it's like, you know, maybe if you took time to write, your shit would be a little better. You know what I'm saying? So it's funny that Hov made that joke, because it's like, you know, sometimes I feel like almost pat themselves on that and kind of look at me funny when I pull out my phone and start writing. Like, you write? You know, like, what? But I mean, to each their own. You know, you got to do what works for you. It's a creative process, man. That's what it's about. You know, it's an individual creative process. It shouldn't be about. There's no standard. Like, you don't have to write to be a good rapper. So I mean, as soon as you understand that, and you get comfortable with yourself, like, I pull my phone out in front of anybody and start writing and say, yo, I gotta go and check this website, dude. I don't, you know, because I know that when I come with that version, you're gonna be like, oh, that's why it took, you know, 2 hours, and you had to, you needed the wire and that hooked up. Oh, that's why, you know. So I mean, it's just about quality, man, and just taking pride in yourself, you know, and having an ear. A lot of artists don't even know when they sound wrong or off. They like, yeah, that's the same as that hit I have on radio. It's like, if you can't place, you know, if you know when something's wrong, you're gonna have, you know, you're not gonna be one of the greats. Might be cool for a minute, but, you know, I mean, yeah.
Was there things that found in his career?
In any form of entertainment, everybody has to be an actor. That's something. So whether you want to go on screen and really get deep into characters, where it becomes a personal choice, we all have to act. You know, everybody just interviewed on that bus has to act at certain points. You know, it's when you have fans, you have up peers, you have motive for success, hate, jealousy. You have to act professional. You have to, you know, sometimes act civil when you don't want to. So, you know, the entertainment business is actually based off acting. You know, we're all actors in a sense. Usually, I'm just a man of self-expression, you know, so as much as I like writing, I like playing characters, you know, I just like entertaining people, and it's cleansing for me to step for a bit, be something else. You know, acting is definitely a passion of mine, and yeah, I think it's just all around. I just feel like I'm a creative individual. I like to give things to people, you know, so whether it be a movie or, you know, I have a TV show that me and one of my best friends, Maz and Elsa, did. We write, you know, and it's like, it's comedy, you know, comparable to like Judd Apatow, and, you know, Sarah, it's like with black people in it, you know. Yeah, so I mean, there's all kinds of the collaboration. I'm very selective when it comes to my music. You know, I don't just aimlessly make songs with anybody. You know, a lot of kind of look at me for not doing many features. I don't want to like kill the game to the point that people are like, it's like, there's nothing new you can show me. So you know, my goal is just to keep it timeless. You know, spread it out, breathe, pace it. I want to get people the collaborations that they're looking for on this album, and then just, you know, we have this tool called the internet now. It's like us young rappers, or the interweb, as Leah calls it. So yeah, I've got you know, us. We have a great tool. You know, as like Wilder, you know, talented dude, Kid Cudi. All of us sort of up and comers, I guess you could say. Our fan bases and our is, you know, stemming from these blogs and all these things. So, you know, keep those people entertaining. We were talking today at the spring break. It's about, you know, seeing people ask me, yo, when's that Cudi record coming? You and Cudi. So, and Cudi make it work. And, you know, other than that, I got, you know, some Ye Wayne. I got some Wayne and Easy. So, you know, I got some stuff coming. Just keep the people entertained until out his shelves. And hopefully my work on So Far Gone will allow me to at least break into the industry in an impressive way. You know, I'm not overshooting trying to sell millions or anything like that. But, you know, just some nice numbers would at least show people they didn't make a mistake and believe me. So that's the Let's show this guy with Jeezy and Wayne. So yeah, I had it before out, you know, it's music. I'm always having 40, so we'll keep this saga. It goes on. It's gonna be man. It's gonna be exciting. I promise to entertain people and keep them excited. That's my goal. You know, I want to be like regarded as the best or whatever. My goal is just I want to be like, yo, that guy keeps me entertained, gets me excited. That's really like, you know, think about when Kanye first drop out, you know, buzz behind like the Love Below and the like those times in music are some of the best times in people's lives. You know, it's like you remember those times when an artist really has you amp up, like to come home every day and check something. You know, so I think we sort of accomplished that with So Far Gone, and I just want to keep it going. You know, with the album, try something different. So.
Yo, this. Let me this real quick. Yo, that
Right.
needs to be done.
Ashley Love, where practical prices meet premium style, like plush boucle upholstery or.
For me right now, personally, I'm blessed. You know, it's a great time. It's a great time in my career and in my life. You know, I put stuff together. As far as like, you know, family goes, and everybody is just in a real pot. And it's about, you know, keeping.
Yo. This right here. The more and more, and I know we've been playing this interview for a minute here, but we have to study certain things, right? The more and more that we play this interview, because Drake is definitely one of the biggest rappers of all time. And I want to know what y'all think, but like I said, the more and more that you play this video or this interview, you can see the hunger in Drake's eyes, but not only that, but you can just see the passion and how he is manifesting his destiny right We have video evidence. We have video surveillance of someone manifesting their destiny.
Now,
or their reality, however you want to say it.
I am something different. I am something new.
Yo, can we run that part?
I showed that first day, so
can we run this part real quick?
Stay grounded as I can. So yeah, I mean, we always laugh, we always have fun, and yeah, it's something to be a part of. Yeah.
This is where you can tell that Drake is not from the United States.
As far as So Far Gone goes, I'm still, and I'm still humbled by the amount of people that took the time to download it, listen to it, quote it, put lines in their Twitters and Facebooks and all that stuff. It's something I'm very taken aback by, because I used to be so self-conscious about the strikes against me, from Canada and on a TV show and being like, super light skinned. This is some this is things you just be like, oh, is this gonna work? But now it gives me a chance.
You're light skinned. Yo. Drake went up to go ahead and say, he said, yo,
and now
he's light skinned and he's from Canada. Is this gonna work? Drake actually had the thought come through his mind. And who would have thought in some ways it worked to his benefit? Now, I don't know about the whole Canada thing. Hold on. Give me a second, yo. Give me a second. Let me speak on this real quick. Should I speak on this? Give me a comment real quick if you want to speak on this. Live. We on a live. Let's break it down real quick. Drake is light skinned. And he said this Jordan Muggsy Bugs is because Drake said it's in the bar. But Drake said he's light skinned and he's from Canada. Yo, man, you light skinned and you from Canada. And he's actually wondering if it's gonna work. And if we look back at it, it's like, isn't that interesting? It actually did work for him in some ways. Did it not? Let me put it like that. Yeah. Did it not? Thank you for the likes coming in. Thank you for the likes coming in. hope it didn't mess up on TikTok. Like, hold on. Are y'all still with me? Are y'all still with me? For real. Well, at least we got over 100 likes on TikTok. At least. Yo. Mixtape Drizzy was pretty dope. And that's what was happening right here. This was at the time, and I know those of you that can't see it on TikTok, but still, the Jordan Muggsy Bogues post is necessary.
I see it more as an opportunity to really be like, well, maybe I don't have to be the next Ye, or I don't have to be the next Wayne. I could just be the first Drake, you know. And I think that's something I'm happy about.
I have to be the next Wayne. I have to be the next Drake, or I'm going to be the next Drake. I have to be the next Ye, Kanye, or Wayne. I'm gonna be the next. Like, yo, you gotta respect Drake for what he's coming with right here.
And So Far Gone itself was me really doing something I felt was necessary. I wanted to give fans information about myself before we embark on this journey together, before I make this album, before I give them a product that they have to really support, go out and buy. I wanted to gain their loyalty by telling them a little bit about my life, and I wanted to make sure I did it for free. It took us about, I'd say about 6 months, maybe a little under that, and yeah, it spawned from a conversation that just made me realize, you know, I'm 22 years old. I really don't know everything. You know, I have so much to learn. And really, I kind of learned what I was striving for in life, like, you know, to find love and like what all these interactions with women is about, and then, you know, to obtain the money to live comfortably and know how to deal with it, you know. And so,
yo, damn.
For a 22-year-old kid, you know, in high pressure situations all the time, it's kind of it can cause you to make a mixtape like that.
Well, women.
You know, so, yeah, man, it's a great piece though, even just to have for me. Even if nobody listened to it, even if everybody's like, this shit is weird, and it's, you know, I don't know what you're trying to do. For me, it's like it was such an essential picture in my scrapbook, you know. So I'm glad I did it. Definitely. I got a great situation in the works. You know, should be coming to the light in about week or so. Yeah, you know, just gotta work out the little blinks and clanks, you know. But everything's great, honest, and two of the great in the game, bro. You know, I jazzed on my stack. You would just reach out to me before I had, you know, mixed stuff, and especially this one, but even before, like with the other one, comeback season.
On the building up over and touch. Let me show you what's actually happening beneath.
Apologize for the
we'd reach out to me and just be like, I like music, you know, and he consistent contact. I had no clue who he was. You know, I was just like, man, this guy's persistent. You know, I did my research, found out that he was Jay Prince's son, you know, coming from a legacy of amazing hip hop in Houston, amazing rap music. So, you know, we started talking more, and he was letting know that he was alive. So, you know, I was like, you know, Wayne's got to hear my stuff, you know, and he's like, yeah, he does. So he came to me, and he was like, yo, I'm gonna get Wayne's stuff, and you know, months went by, and so he finally, you know, I got his number, and then like I was like, hello, and I was like, yeah, what's up, this Wayne, you know, like I was just like, what? I was like, who? He's like, yo, what's up, it's Wayne. I was like, okay, and he's like, yo, man, do stuff, and you gotta get down here to Houston. I gotta talk to you about what's going on with you, and you know, I need you on my team. So he's like, can you fly out tonight? So, you know, there were no flights that night. I flew out the next morning, and Jazz told me that he was in the car with Wayne, and he's like, Wayne, did you ever listen to that Drake? Wayne was like, yeah, you know, swag, like I don't really get that. So I just came in, and Jazz was like, yo, did you really listen to that? And he's like, nah, you know, yo, let me put him. So Wayne let him play songs, and then, you know, and then that's where that phone call was birthed from. That all might be a lie, by the way. It's just the whole story. You know, I wasn't there. Jazz could have actually, that never could have happened. So, yeah, you know, but hey, it's good. Yeah, and then, and here we are. You know, me and Wayne have become a staple duo on records, and for that I'm honored. You know, Young Angel, Young Lion. That's what I always say. So, you know, I really write I don't, Wayne does this thing that's scary and it's unfair, and I'm jealous of it for a million years. It's he sits there and they're playing a record and he'll just sit there like this and kind of be like chilling, and might get up and eat some candy and do whatever he does, and then it'll take 40 minutes maybe, if that, sometimes 15, and then he'll just go like that, hop up and right for the booth and lay like one or three of the most amazing verses that you've heard, with lines that it's like, what just happened? Like, did you just play this movie in your head? Like, what just happened? Because you just painted the most colorful picture for this record. Wayne is so good at that, man. He's like, I'm in awe of that dude, and that's why I'm proud to call him a mentor. But for me, I think, and it's just about me getting my thoughts out. Wayne told me something really important one day. I told him, I said, how do you find those thoughts so quick? He said, it's not about making things up. You don't have to worry about making things up. If you're really for honest perspective in there, you just have to locate them. So he's just stressed about making up witty stuff, or it's not about that. It's just about finding how you really feel and locating it, and then just saying it. Like, you're a rapper, so you know how to make it rhyme. So when he told me that, that's where I get my influence with Wayne from. Is like, just saying things that people normally able to transfer from mind to mouth, because that's where a lot of like human beings lose a lot of color when they something and then have to say it. It loses that clarity. The best rappers, Andre 3000, Kanye West, Jay-Z, Wayne, Jeezy. Sometimes Jeezy says, yeah. So those guys, those are the best rappers, because they mind to mouth. You don't lose it. There's no buffering process. Like, it just comes up. So, I sort of follow that structure, and I take a little more time and I go online to research things like I need to. I'm not really one of those rappers that prides himself on like, oh, I did 50 songs tonight. It's like I do 2 verses, not finish the song.
I just even though they are so bad, right? Everybody's like, I do Jay.
Yeah.
But it works for Jay.
Yeah, it works for Jay, and it works for Wayne. But that's the thing. Like, it shouldn't be your tagline. Like, I don't even write well. Like, if it's not quality product, who cares? We can tell. Like, it's like, maybe if you took the time to write, your shit would be a little better. You know what I'm saying? So it's funny that Hope made that joke, because sometimes I feel like people pride themselves on that.
Yo. Did Drake really just say, like, maybe if you took your time to write, it would be a little bit better? Damn. Where's she at? Hey, yo, where's she at?
I'm like, but I mean, to each own, you got to do what works for you. It's a creative process, man. That's what it's about. It's an individual creative process. It shouldn't be about, like, you don't have to not be a good rapper. So, I mean, as soon as you understand that and you get comfortable with yourself, like, I don't care, I put my phone out in front of anybody and start writing. Say, yo, I got to go check this website. Because I know that when I put that verse, you're going to be like, oh, okay, that's why it took 2 hours and you had to, we needed the wireless and that hook. Oh, that's why. So, I mean, it's just about quality and stuff, and having an ear. A lot of artists don't even know when they sound wrong or off. They're like, that's the same as that hit that on the radio. And it's like, if you can't play, if you don't know when it's wrong, you're gonna, you're not gonna be one of the greats. Like, cool for it, but I mean, yeah.
Is there things that you found applicable to your music career?
Any form of entertainment, everybody has to be an actor at some point. It's what you want.
This is an important part right here. All tuned in, typing. I'm gonna read some of the comments real quick. Ben, if I'm saying your name correctly, you said all humans change. What the F? You Drake hater, you making hater excuses. Sorry. You said rappers don't have talent like Nicki, Wayne, and Drake. And that's facts. So, from what I see, if you're still in the line, Bernice, if I said your name correctly, Bernice, thank you for your comment. If I said your name correctly, you said rappers don't have talent like Nicki, as in Nicki Minaj, Lil Wayne, and Drake. I mean, I guess that's all subjective, right? That's all the music that you want to listen to. But I gotta say, listening to this Drake interview before Drake was really famous, like, keep in mind, this interview of Drake was on MTV News. I mean, he might have been generating a little bit of traction, but Drake was not super famous yet at this point in time. He had just dropped So Far Gone. And a lot of people were looking at him as like, oh yeah, this new rapper who's just coming up and trying to do whatever. Yeah, whatever. Control the charts. Because right now, we can't front, yo. He's controlling the charts. We can't front. He definitely came a long way. And let me read some of your comments that were on YouTube. Let me read it. Rappers don't have talent like Nicki Minaj, Lil Wayne, and Drake. And that's facts. So let me ask you a question, Bernice, if you're still with us. Are those the only rappers that you consider to have talent? Lil Wayne, Drake, and Nicki Minaj? Are those the only rappers that you consider to have talent? Because if you ask me, I gotta say, man, I feel that there's a lot more rappers out there that have talent. Yo, if you go back and you watch this MTV interview, this is the reason why I was playing this, yo. All right, chat, listen up. And make sure you guys send a like and a follow and share this with your people, because I'm going to speak some real hip-hop. I'm going to dive deep. I don't care how many people are watching right now or how many people are liking right now. I have to say this for the record. And I want to say right now that, like, Drake is real hip-hop in a way. Or he is. And it's funny how I've actually had some people out there that were like trying to say, oh, Drake is not real hip hop. But we already know, like, anybody that says that Drake is not real hip hop, they don't know what's up. Because we can all ask them questions. Oh, well, what was the last Drake album that you heard? And you know what most of them say? Most of them say, oh, well, Take Care was the last Drake album I heard. How about for Kendrick? Oh, Mr. Morale. So you didn't even listen to GNX? Yo, I gotta say, Some of y'all should be happy that I even took your call and you didn't even listen to GNX. Like, just off of that alone, if you're going to say Kendrick Lamar is a better rapper than Drake, but you never listen to GNX, just for that alone, I shouldn't even like listen to your opinion. Hold on, yo. I shouldn't even value your opinion for that. All right, TikTok. All right, YouTube. Let's play a little bit more of this Drake interview, and I'm about to intervene with my thoughts in just a second. I hope you guys are liking, subscribe, and what I'm bringing to the table. Let's get it going.
Go on screen and really get deep into characters where it becomes a personal choice. But we all have to act, you know. Everybody you just interviewed on that bus has to act at certain points, you know it.
Drake talking about you have to act to sell records. Interesting. This is before Drake was famous.
You're not going to be one of the greats. Might be cool for a minute, but, you know, I mean, yeah.
In your experience, those are things that you found applicable to your music career.
In any form of entertainment, everybody has to be an actor at some point. It's whether you want to go on screen and really get deep into characters where it becomes a personal choice. But we all have to act, you know. Everybody you just interviewed on that bus has to act at certain points. You know, it's when you have fans, you have other peers, you have, you know, the potential for success, hate, jealousy. You have to act. You have to act professional. You have to, you know, sometimes act civil when you don't want to. So, you know,
If you manage travel spend and
run
you're
that
not
real
using
quick.
the van, you're missing out.
My
Hi,
bad.
I'm Sarah. I'm Anita. And we're part of the final.
Yeah.
But it works for Jay.
Yeah, it works for Jay, and it works for Wayne. But that's the thing. Like, it shouldn't be your tagline. Like, I don't even write. Well, like, if it's not quality product, who cares? We can tell. You know, like, it's like, you know, maybe if you took the time to write, your shit would be a little better. You know what I'm saying? So, it's funny that Hov made that joke, because it's like, you know, sometimes I feel like people almost pride themselves on that and kind of look at me funny when I pull out my phone and start writing. Like, you write? You know, like, what? But I mean, to each their own. You know, you got to do what works for you. It's a creative process, man. That's what it's about. You know, it's an individual creative process. It shouldn't be about, there's no standard. Like, you don't have to not write to be a good rapper. So, I mean, as soon as you understand that and you get comfortable with yourself, like, I don't care. I'll pull my phone out in front of anybody and start writing and say, yo, I got to go and check this website or do, I don't, you know, because I know that when I come with that verse, you're going to be like, oh, okay, that's why it took, you know, 2 hours and you had to, you know, you needed the wireless internet hooked up. Oh, that's why, you know. So, I mean, it's just about quality, man, and just taking pride in yourself, you know, and having an ear. A lot of artists don't even know when they sound wrong or off. They're like, yeah, that sounds the same as that hit that I have on radio. And it's like, if you can't place, you know, if you don't know when something's wrong, you know, you're not gonna be one of the greats. You might be cool for a minute, but, you know, I mean, yeah.
Those are things that you found applicable to your music career.
In any form of entertainment, everybody has to be an actor at some point. It's whether you want to go on screen and really get deep into characters where it becomes a personal choice. We all have to act, you know. Everybody you just interview on that bus has to act at certain points. You know, it's when you have fans, you have other peers, you have, you know, potential for success, hate, jealousy. You have to act professional. You have to, you know, sometimes act civil when you don't want to. So, you know, the entertainment business is actually based off acting. You know, we're all actors in a sense. Me personally, I'm just a man of self-expression, you know, so as much as I like writing, I like playing characters, you know, I just like entertaining people, and it's cleansing for me to just step out of body for it and be, you know, I think it's definitely mine, and yeah, it's just all around, I just feel like I'm a creative individual. I like to give things to people, you know, so whether it be a movie or, you know, like I have a TV show that me and one of my best friends, Maz and Elsa, did. We write, you know, and it's like, it's comedy, you know, comparable to like Judd Apatow and, you know, Michael Cera, but it's like, you know, with black people in it, you know, so yeah, so I mean, there's all kinds of forms of self-expression, and it carries over into music. But my music is really personal. It's really based on it's really honesty, you know. So it's not much acting involved. Also, like, you know, Wayne is a character. Like when he forms, when he spits, he's animated. So, you know, with me with rapping, it's more intimate. It's more organic and more personal. You know, my music. I think there's more acting on the business side of it than there is on the music side of it. So. My career plans are based off of doing both. I just want to be part of real films. You know, I don't want to play a basketball player all the time or a rapper. I don't want to be like typecast because I do music. I want to be like I always tell Tez, like my dream is like, you know, to be like or Mike, you know, I'm like Sierra, like 40-Year-Old Virgin and Knocked Up and Superbad. You know, I'm a big fan of those movies, and I feel like I've had the training, and you know, I'm surrounded by enough funny people that I could probably pull it off. So, yeah, I mean, my goal is to be acting. You know, I want to be like this generation's Will Smith, but just maybe, well, with just a little, just Canadian. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Yeah, again. And you know, maybe a bit. I'm not wear like the shiny clothes. I probably won't take my shirt off either. So, Degrassi has always been really supportive. It was unfortunate the other day. I had a very long interview with a publication that I won't mention, but you know, they asked me a lot of Degrassi questions, and my answers were kind of squished into one. It made me come as a style guy towards Degrassi, but no, you know, I mean, Degrassi is a show that must live on, you know. So they have an all younger cast, and I think it's great, you know. More power to them, and I know that I have supporters over there, you know. Hi, Stephanie Cohen, I love you. That's you know, I have great supporters over there. Stephanie Cohen, Christian, to them. It was unfortunate. My dream is like, you know, to be in a movie with like Will Ferrell, Michael Cera. You know, I'm a big fan of like all those. Like, I could probably pull it off. So, yeah, my goal is to get deep. You know, I want to be like this generation's Will Smith, but just maybe just Canadian. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Yeah, and you know, maybe a bit. I'm not gonna wear like the shiny clothes. I probably won't take my shirt off either. So, Degrassi has always been really supportive. Unfortunately, I had a very they keep their eyes on. I know that I've come across their desk a time in the last couple months, so you know, I think that yeah, it's all good. It's all good. When you're part of a TV show for that long, it's hard to really have animosity. You know, you spend every day around those people, and it's like, you know, as long as everything's kosher, it can't go that bad. So, you know, my goal is just to keep it timeless. You know, spread it out, breathe, pace it. I want to give when it comes to my music. You know, I don't just aimlessly make songs with anybody, and you know, a lot of people kind of look at me funny for not doing many features, but I don't want to like kill the game to the point that people are like, it's like, you know, there's nothing new you can show me. So you know, my goal is just to keep it timeless. You know, spread it out, breathe, pace it. I want to give people the collaborations that they're looking for on this album, and then just, you know, we have this tool called the internet now, us young rappers, or the interweb as Leah Cohen calls it. So yeah, I've got you know, us. We have a great tool. You know, guys like Wale, you know, talented dude, Kid Cudi. All of us sort of up and comers, I guess you could say. Our fan bases and our buzzes are, you know, stemming from these blogs and all these different things. So, you know, just to keep those people entertained. Me and Cudi were talking today at the spring break, just about, you know, so many people ask me, yo, when's that Cudi record coming? You and Cudi. So me and Cudi are gonna make it work. And you know, other than that, I got, you know, a song with Ye and Wayne. I got a song with Wayne and Jeezy. So, you know, I got some stuff coming to just keep the people entertained until that album hits the shelves. And hopefully my work on So Far Gone will allow me to at least break into the industry in an impressive way. You know, I'm not overshooting trying to sell 1 million first week or anything like that. But you know, just some nice numbers would at least show people they didn't make a mistake in believing in me. So that's the goal. There's a track with Ye and Wayne. There's a track I have with Jeezy and Wayne. So yeah, it'll be before the album. You know, it's just some treats for the people that you know. I mean, when you get to be around the big boys, I just want to I can hold my own weight. So just got those tracks on the way. But yeah, like I said, I'm gonna keep making. I'm out 40-40. So you know, we'll continue this saga. It does go on. It's gonna be a great year. It's gonna be exciting. I promise just to entertain people and keep them excited. That's my goal. You know, I don't want to be like regarded as the best or whatever. That's not my goal. Is just I want to be like, yo, that guy keeps me entertained, gets me excited. That's really, like, you know, you think about when Kanye first dropped College Dropout, and you know, the buzz behind like the Love Below and the Blind Black, like those times in music are some of the best times in people's lives. You know, it's like you remember those times when an artist really had you amped up, like to come home every day and check something. You know, so I think we sort of accomplished So Far Gone, and I just want to keep going. You know, with the album, try something different. So.
had my eye on the Calden sectional and the Neo upholstered bed from the second I saw them. They're so delicious.
You know, for me right now, personally, I'm blessed. Thank me later. And until that's completed, I just want to keep giving people the collaborations. I'm very selective when it comes to my music. You know, I don't just aimlessly make songs with anybody. And you know, a lot of people kind of look at me funny for not doing many features. I don't want to like kill the game to the point that people are like, it's like, no, there's new you can show me. So you know, my goal is just to keep it timeless. You know, keep spread out, breathe, pace it. I want to give people the collaborations that they're looking for on this album. You know, have this alternate now, us rapping, as Leah calls it. So yeah, I've got you know, us. We have a great tool. You know, got Wale, you know, talented dude, Kid Cudi. All of us are up and comers, I guess you could say. Our fan bases and our buzzes are, you know, stemming from these blogs and all these different things. So, you know, just to keep those people entertained. Me and Cudi were talking today at the spring break. It's about, you know, people ask me, yo, when's that Cudi record coming? You and Cudi. So Cudi can work. You know, other than that, I got, you know, a song with Ye and Wayne. I got a song with Wayne and Jeezy. So, you know, I got some stuff coming to just keep the people entertained until that hits the shelves. And hopefully my work on So Far Gone will allow me to at least break into the industry in an impressive way, you know? I'm not overshooting trying to sell 1 million first week or anything like that, but you know, just some nice numbers would at least show people they didn't make a mistake believing in me. So that's the goal. There's a track with Ye and Wayne. There's a track I have with Jeezy and Wayne. So yeah, it'll be before the album. You know, it's just some treats for the people that you know. I mean, when you get to be around the big boys, you know, I just show I can hold my own weight. So just got those tracks on the way. But yeah, other than that, like I said, I'm gonna keep making music. I'm always traveling around my engineer, 40/40. So, you know, we'll continue this saga. It does go on. It's gonna be a great year, man. It's gonna be exciting. I promise just to entertain people and keep them excited. That's my goal. You know, I don't want to be like regarded as the best or whatever. That's not my goal. Is just I want to be like, yo, that guy keeps me entertained, gets me excited. That's really like, you know, you think about when Kanye first dropped College Dropout, and you know, the buzz behind like The Love Below and the buzz behind Fade to Black. It's like those times in music are some of the best times in people's lives. You know, it's like you remember those times when an artist really had you amp up, like to come every day and check something. You know, so I think we sort of accomplished so far, and just want to keep it going. You know, the album, try something different.
So, what about you about to?
I mean, you know, that's the plan. I'm taking all the necessary steps to make my presence in this industry felt and try and do something legendary. You know? So, I mean,
you did a legendary show at SOBs in New York City the other night. Everybody was there. I mean, how did that feel?
It was to be honest, it was an honor. I mean, I didn't really want to know who was there until after the fact. So I kind of just told G, who's my manager, I told him just let me stay in the room by myself, and when I go to stage, let me walk straight to stage so I can just really perform, not for who's there, but just for myself. You know, it was really important that I just got that performance out from the heart, and then afterwards I asked him, like, so who came? And he just listed off all these names. You know, I was flattered, man, and it was definitely one of the best nights I've had.
I've never seen coverage of Leo Cohen being a hip-hop show before. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's been a while, I think, since Leo came to the house and you really got involved. But he was there. It's funny, actually, towards the end of the show, I had this ill moment where I was doing Successful. I just finished talking about my mom. I looked directly out in the crowd. I saw Leo standing right in the middle. He's a tall guy, you know? We just looked at each other. It was a crazy moment, man.
Wow.
Definitely, yeah.
So, like I said, we're in London, just checking out the vibe. How you feeling?
Oh, man, it's great. You know, because coming from Canada, you know, I'm a worldly person, cultured. I like beautiful cities. I like architecture. I like different feelings, you know. And it's nice to be able to come over here and really just see this different way, and it's very different, a different way of life. It's been amazing, man. It's been a refreshing experience.
I mean, what brings you to the UK?
Doing some writing and just you know, trying to get my publishing credits right this year. I'm actually writing for Rihanna right now.
Yeah. So let me get it straight. You're in the UK.
Yeah.
You got one of the hottest albums, one of the most anticipated albums, and you're in flight, Queen. I mean, it's good to be true, right?
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, I mean, I guess I'm living a dream, but I mean, people hear my music and like I enjoy a challenge, you know. So I've never in my mind felt like, oh, I could probably sound crazy for Rihanna. Like that wasn't my first thought. But you know, being put up to the task, we're coming with some special stuff. You know, so it's crazy, man. All I could do is smile. You know.
Situation with Rihanna. I gotta watch this. Is it just work?
Right now, like here, yeah, it's just work. Man. I mean, you know, me and Rihanna are just me and Rihanna. You know, we're cool. And she's great, man. You know, she's a person, definitely.
There's a lot of rumors about you seen kissing her and stuff like that. So
I mean, you know, we've been in the same thing before. You know? Not really. It's whatever. You know, we're young, just having and enjoying life. That's all.
Okay. It's like I said before, we're in London, Hyde Park. It's a beautiful day. Tell us about the forthcoming album.
Well, I'm working on this album. I start June 1st. I start working on it. The album is called Thank Me Later. And my goal at this point is just to really keep making organic music. I don't feel pressured now that, you know, I have a single and I have, you know, music that's hot. I don't want to be pressured to be like, well, after radio hits, and I just want to make music that people enjoy. You know, I have fans from all different walks of life. I got fans like in the pop world. I got fans, you know, in hip hop. And I want to find a way to do something that can enjoy. You know, so it's my goal right now. You know, you can't please everybody, but you know, for the fans of the pop, you know, and the hits radio, for those people, you know, I'm continue to make great music that's catchy that you can sing to. For pop who feel like, oh man, Drake's not real pop. Like, in this world, like, I'm the closest thing you're probably gonna get to hip hop. You know, so just let me infiltrate that pop world, and at least, you know, if the song is catchy or it has melody to it, and that's not what we like, at least, you know, in those verses, I'm gonna say my heart, you know, no matter what the song is. So that's kind of my objective.
Who's
right now? Nobody, but you know, definitely one person that I'm looking forward to crafting the album with. When I say crafting, I'm like the majority of it. So that's the one person that really I'm hoping will.
But at least you can You know, you can't see it, but you can hear it. But yes, Drake speaks highly of Kanye West. Let me put it like that. You could tell that he was just an up-and-coming rapper who had a little bit of swag and charisma and was just down to get on. Drake, whether you want to say he's an actor or whatever, I mean, that's part of it, right? That's part of it, knowing how to play a role. And in some ways, maybe he knew how to play the role so much that he actually became the character in reality. That could happen sometimes, right? Art imitating or that entertaining art. It could happen sometimes, right? But for the most part, what I must say, though, is that even if Drake is an actor pretending to be a rapper, can we say or can we not say that, oh, okay, well, if we have to look at people who are really actors pretending to be rappers, shall we say that Drake has mastered the skill? Yo, Drake has mastered the skill of that, if we have to look at it like that. Like if we have rappers that are pretending to be actors. Do you know what I gotta say? Hold on, let me put it like this. Can you all see that real quick? Let me put it on a circle. Do you know what he got to say? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? And that's what I have on the verse right here. Let's play a little bit of it real quick.
I think that everybody's looking forward to this one joint with me and Jay, so I think that needs to happen. Other than that, you know, obviously Wayne, my family, my brother, he'll be on there. Yeah, man. Other than that, you know, it's from there. It's open territory. We'll see.
Now, talking about the album, gonna have Kanye on there, just to recap. Jay-Z, Lil Wayne. Producer-wise, you know, you got your own camp that came through with So Far Gone mixtape. I mean, every label must be fighting for this right now, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of people trying to put a bid in, but it's not like I refuse to let this album become about politics. You know, it's.
Yo, I want to say real quick, I thank MTV for helping us go down this rabbit hole. Yo, y'all are going down the rabbit hole with me right now. Let's go down this together. Let's look at Drake before he was famous. Like when he was just out there doing candid interviews with just whoever that knew what's up. You see, this is why I feel like beatGrade is important. So if y'all could donate to the channel and to my PayPal or Cash App along with my Zelle, that really helps. Because it helps me to do more interviews like this. You know what I mean? Here. I tried to accept your invite. Somebody said an invite. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I gotta say this though for Drake. Like, look at him right now. This is what's crazy. Is that this video right here was nearly 20 years ago. And Drake, to me, looks older in this video than he does look now. Like, it's crazy, yo. But that's not the point. The point is the music. And as far as we are concerned, the music that Drake is coming with right now, phenomenal. We can't hate on it. Mr. Freeze, shout you out. What's my Cash App? My Cash App is $, like the $sign, and then beatGrade, which you see right here in my profile picture. $, beatGrade. BEAT, like a music beat, and grade, like you graded paper in school. I just jumped on there and say what's up. But yes, my Cash App is $, beatGrade. What you see right here in the title, like you see my name right here in the title, right? In the profile name, beatGrade, BEAT, GRADE. You see that, right? My Cash App is just a $sign in front of that. $, beatGrade. Please, whatever donations you have that you could support to the channel, that definitely helps. And that's kind of the point of what I was making with the Drake So Far Gone mixtape, him promoting his album cover and all that stuff. That's kind of the purpose of what I'm promoting right here.
Golden brown, crispy yellow, croaker crisp.
My bad. Let me see. I know we got the ads like playing like right here, but let's see if
Joe Budden TV, and look who it is.
Yes.
Drizzy.
Grateful to be here. You know?
Drizzy, Mr. So Far Gone.
Yep.
Has come. You've taken over New York.
wow, Joe Budden. Early Joe Budden. Like, who's gonna say this here first? Did anybody pull this up? I forgot about this. Like, Joe Budden had a video of Drizzy Drake where he was filming him with his phone. And nobody's going to talk about this? It just came up in my algorithm. Did I not tell y'all we are going down a rabbit hole right now? Yo, if you are tuned in to this YouTube video right now, we are going down a rabbit hole. And we are all going down a rabbit hole together. I did not know. I wish I knew. I wish I knew you wanted me. No, but for real. I wish I knew that Drizzy Drake, did a video with Joe Budden on his phone. Back in the days. And like Joe Budden like, hey, yo, you the new hot rapper out. Yo, this goes way back. Yo, the algorithm is taking me back. Can we not admit that? I should just get some likes just for that. If you haven't liked the video already, please like and subscribe to the video and to the channel right now. Are we not speaking truth? Like, this is crazy. Like, yo, we're going on a journey right now. All of us together, man. We're going on a journey together right now. Like, I forgot about some of these videos. Yo, I forgot about some of these videos. And, yo, this is Joe Budden filming Drake with his cell phone. And the reason why some of y'all might say, like, well, who cares, right? But no, I care. You know why? Because it's like, yo, Joe Budden, you're not going to admit. And I know those of you that are on TikTok and Instagram and other channels, you might not see that. You might just see the Jordan and Muggsy Bogues. But thanks for the likes coming in. Yo, if you go to YouTube, you can click on it on my bio page, and then you'll see YouTube. Just in case if you want the reference. And then you can come back to TikTok. Thank you for those of you on TikTok. But just in case if you need the reference, for reference purposes, we have footage of Drizzy Drake before he was famous that Joe Budden is filming off of his cell phone. That's crazy. I don't know, man. It's crazy, man. Here, let's play it. Let's see if you can hear it. If you can hear it on, you might not be able to see it, but you'll be able to hear it.
New York City.
Yeah, and you didn't just catch me out here too. I came to support Joe. Really, just for the record of anybody watching.
And I appreciate it.
Yeah, I came to support Joe.
Thank you very much. Now, you asked me how Theory was feeling.
Yeah, I did.
I need to ask you how you feeling.
I feel humble, man. Definitely. It's
listen, listen. Don't political. Don't.
I'm giving you the nod.
Okay.
Wow. Now we see why Joe Budden and Drake have the beat that they have. They kind of go way back. We didn't even know this, right?
You didn't just catch me out here too. I came to support Joe. Really, just for the record of anybody watching.
And I appreciate it.
Yeah, I came to support Joe.
Thank you very much. Now, you asked me how Theory was feeling.
Yeah, I did.
I need to ask you how you feeling.
I feel humble, man. Definitely. It's
listen, listen. Don't political. Don't.
I'm giving you the not right.
Okay.
I'm giving you the not right real shit.
Okay, so you feel humble. You're happy.
I'm honored.
Yeah, all that flattered.
Shit. Yeah, I mean, it's great. It's great. I definitely never thought.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me. I'm about to speak on this real quick. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second, y'all. Yo, did y'all hear that? Drake speaking on Joe Budden's podcast. Or it wasn't even Joe Budden's podcast. It's Joe Budden's video. Look. We can look at the channel page, which I think will be good, right? Do y'all see that right there? It says Joe Budden TV with over 1 million subscribers. I see that this is the same channel that supports this podcast. And this is him filming, or shall I say, this is him filming early Drake. Before Drake was super famous. Make sure you all see that on the Joe Budden podcast. Let's just look at the channel real quick. Let's just see. Make sure we ain't tripping. Oh, the Joe Budden Network. Joe Budden TV. See this right here? Well, it looks like to me that he has all these people on his channel. And now Joe's like doing his podcast and he's famous now. I guess he's big now. Good for you, Joe. You figured out a lane. He's like, yo, I figured out a lane. And he doesn't need to try to rap anymore or be down with Slaughterhouse. Yo, shout out to you, Joe. I'm sure some people from Slaughterhouse must look at this and say, yo, Royce the 5'9", Joe Ortiz, Crooked Eye, shout out Crooked Eye. Crooked Eye be like retweeting what we be saying. So shout out Crooked Eye for sure. But all I gotta say is like, oh, Joe, you don't have to like worry about what anybody says or does. You're doing it right now on the Joe Budden podcast. You're doing it right now. You have all the people as we see right here. Yo, but shout out to Parks though. I see Parks, the white boy right there. Shout out to Parks. He's got some good takes. I will say that. He's got great takes. And he's one of the reasons why I watch the Joe Budden podcast. I will say that. Like, to me, him and Joe Budden, Parks and Joe Budden, they have good takes together. That's the only reason why I watch that show. Other than that, I probably wouldn't watch that show. Let's see what some of the comments have to say on YouTube. Bernice says, rappers don't have talent like Nicki, Wayne, and Drake. Okay, we read that comment. And we proved that was a dumb comment. But let's see. We'll give you a chance to reconsider. Willie says, polls don't matter. Because I believe, like you said, we were taking the polls right here. But you said polls don't matter. Kendrick sold 30, what was it? 319K, 319,000 after all that promo. Drake did damn near 500,000. Okay, 500K is 500,000. And didn't have single, nor did the label push him. Kendrick is cooked. GNX, no replay value outside of LA. Woo! Oh, that's a big comment, man. Hold on. Let me pull that up. I want to address that. I want to go back to this comment right here. Kendrick sold 319,000 after all that promo. Drake did damn near 500,000 and didn't have a single, nor did the label push him. Kendrick is cooked. GNX, no replay value outside of LA. All right. I think outside of LA that GNX has no replay value other than the fact that Kendrick only sold 300K, which still ain't bad. Whereas Drake did 500K, which is a lot more than that. I see your point, Willie. And yo, man, this is what I gotta say, man. This is what I gotta say. I gotta say that Drake definitely came with some sonic sounds, and Kendrick definitely did that too with GNX. Kendrick wanted to show you what the West Coast was about. Can't nobody tell you about this because I am from the West Coast and I study the West Coast. So I really do feel that nobody can tell you really more about what the West Coast is about than what I'm telling you about. And I appreciate the comments coming in. I'm reading the comments that are coming through on YouTube, so I really appreciate it. It's actually interesting. You guys are more active on YouTube than they usually are on TikTok. So that's the interesting thing. Like they say, TikTok is usually where it's at, but maybe I need to focus more of my energy on YouTube now. Right? Because you guys are definitely more vocal on here. Let me read the comments. Rose, you said, I'm not surprised by the poll. 70% sided with Edison when it came to AC and DC. Yo, are you speaking about electricity? How did that comment even come up in this? Now you're taking it to a whole different level. Are you speaking about electricity? Because if you're speaking about electricity, then that means that we got to speak about Tesla and Edison. And let's just not speak about Tesla and Edison. Let's also speak about Henry Ford. Henry Ford got to be in that category too with cars. But you're right. I appreciate y'all for saying that. Because if y'all are saying that, then some of y'all might be intelligent enough to understand that what I'm doing right here with beatGrade is I'm creating new electricity. So I would appreciate it if you guys could like and subscribe to the video that I'm doing right now, because I'm promoting new electricity. Well, so far, Kendrick Lamar, if you guys see real quick on another poll that I believe was Vlad, that most of the people have voted, I believe that Iceman is and was the better album. But it's real interesting to see that people on my stream, and maybe this is all about fan base. Maybe Vlad just has like a corny fan base. Or maybe most of Vlad's fan base is like white people. But all I know is that for the most part, on my fan base, it looks like y'all are considering GNX a better album than Iceman. Which is amazing to me in some ways. somebody said, according to Edison, and I don't know who else are you trying to compare it to. You said, don't be fooled into thinking majority means right. So Ross, Peter Ross, if you're still there, are you saying that Drake's album was a better album? Maybe you could say that. That's why we have this damn right here with Drake on the cover, even though Kendrick really is the one that released the album Damn. But we have Drake right here with the cover for context, for those of you that don't know. Because, yeah, a lot of people had voted that Drake's album Iceman is better than Kendrick's. But I think this also has a deeper meaning too. Because if we were going to compare a Kendrick album to Drake's Iceman album, most people would consider possibly Damn from Kendrick to compete against Drake's Iceman. Because I don't think Mr. Morale, and at least from what the take says, people might say, oh, no, you're wrong about that. You're wrong about that. But it's like, are we really wrong about that? Because let's see right here. Most people voted Drake Iceman over Kendrick Lamar GNX. DJ Vlad, who I'm sure a lot of y'all heard of, I'm sure possibly a lot of y'all know, and who knows? He might do a video on this, he might not, but who cares? He at least put this poll up on Twitter where he said or asked, who dropped a better album? And a lot of y'all voted between Iceman versus GNX. What did y'all think that y'all voted for? Well, according to Vlad's take, it looks like it was Iceman. But the interesting thing is that according to my take and to my followers, let's see real quick. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me refresh this real quick. But according to my subscribers and visualers and people who are watching, and I asked a lot of y'all, like, please put your votes in right now so I can judge this. If you're watching right now, please put your votes in on the poll. You see the poll right there. Drake Iceman versus Kendrick Lamar GNX. Put your votes in. What do y'all say? What do y'all say? Let me see what it says. I just want to refresh it one more time. Like, I think I already seen what it says, but I want to refresh it one more time because one more time we gonna celebrate. Let me play that song too, real quick. I want to make sure that I like really understand correctly, okay? Woo. I don't know, man. We got a lot of comments coming in. So let me read these comments that are coming in on YouTube. Interesting. We got way more comments coming on YouTube than TikTok, but I disagree with you that polls don't matter, though, Will, because we're doing polls because we want to know what the culture is saying. You know what I'm saying? Rappers don't have talent like Nicki. Okay, yeah, you already said that. Polls don't matter. Drake, yeah, didn't have single. At Ross, I'm not surprised by this poll. Ross says, I'm not surprised by this poll. 70s sided with Edison. Okay, yeah, I remember seeing that. Yo, we have 53 votes. Let's get to 100 votes. Make sure you guys share this with your friends. Share this video. Share this concept with your friends. Make sure. Tell me, like, right now. Are we right or are we wrong? Who dropped the better album?
You know that it would go this far, so I'm
All right, so when do you see your first disc coming?
hopefully like back to school times, like early fall.
All right, no, you think I said disc.
Disc. Oh, disc.
Yeah. When do you? I heard like disc me, not gonna reply.
Nice guy.
Now somebody's gonna send a
I'm
shot.
not like you, man.
No, I'm a nice guy.
I'm a nice guy.
I'm nice.
Did Joe Budden really ask right there, which we'll bring back? Did he really ask right there, when do you see your first disc coming? That's something that we need to actually pay attention to and take note of. Because now we saw where the disc came. The disc came from Kendrick Lamar. And the question is how did Drake handle it? Oh, he didn't handle it well. That's all.
But you're just too witty for your own good.
I be beefing with loser niggas. I be beefing with loser sensitive niggas. And it's my job as a rapper to let niggas know that they can't.
If I get this, it's gonna be a female trying to get at me. I bet.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
See, it's different with you.
Have it
Why?
What? What? Nah,
So
I don't agree
I
with
tried
that.
to get this nigga to say who he's gonna
It
do.
obviously wasn't. It was a man.
You never hear a reply from
We
me.
heard the line. That was just a line.
Drake, it obviously wasn't a woman who came after you. It was obviously a man. It was a man who came after you. And you know what? It was a man who came after you more than once. Let's not mention Pusha T, Kendrick Lamar. And we don't have to mention the others like, Meek Mill, Rick Ross. We don't have to mention those. But the ones that did somewhat damage, I would say, or that we would say, or that we have studied. Because Drake did come up to be that rapper. I have to give Drake that props. He was that rapper who came up. But there were a few rappers out there as well that challenged him. And that was Pusha T, possibly Rick Ross, but definitely Kendrick Lamar. That's what it was, yo.
Somebody gonna say some shit.
Yeah.
And you're gonna feel some type of way, and the MC
I'll be honest,
in you.
man, everybody that, you know, they trying to keep, you know, I'll say one thing, they keep trying to create a problem between me and Cuddy. I love that guy, man. I listen to his music. I think he's great. I think he's talented. I won't have a problem with, you know, this new generation. I'm praying that we just all manage to coexist, man. Everything's good. We're all doing our own thing and have our own lanes. Everything's lovely.
All right, I pray for that too.
So do I.
Realistically, with the more let's see, notoriety that you get, it's gonna be a nigga.
Yeah.
And he's gonna send a shot.
Yeah.
So because you be doing the singing shit, you be doing the rapping shit. I just wanna, is the rapper in you going to say, you know what? Fuck it. Just one time.
It depends on if it's good. If it's
You already been in the beef though. You've been in some Toronto local beef.
Yeah.
I'm aware of that. You sent a
Back
shot
in
my
the
way
day.
too. I heard it, but it was all right.
No, I didn't.
No, it was a little shot. It was a little shot, but it was okay. I didn't mind it.
Oh,
I didn't mind it. But Joe Budden TV, all right, you heard it first. The nigga's not gonna diss anybody.
Nobody, man.
No matter what you say about the nigga, but you're feeling good. Good
Great.
situation.
I'm happy. I'm honored. I'm honored to be around you, man. This is the first time.
Yo, come on.
Okay, so I can't be honest on your network here. I can't be honest to your fans and say I'm honored to be around you. We all used to listen to you, so I don't need. You need to take. You need to create a problem between me and Cuddy. I love that guy, man. I listen to his music. I think he's great. I think he's talented. I won't have a problem with, you know, this new generation. I'm praying that we just all manage to coexist, man. Everything's good. We're all doing our own thing and have our own lanes. Everything's lovely.
All right, I pray for that too.
So do I.
Realistically, with the more let's see, notoriety that you get, it's gonna be a nigga.
Yeah.
And he's gonna send a shot.
Yeah.
So because you be doing the singing shit, you be doing the rapping shit. I just wanna, is the rapper in you going to say, you know what? Fuck it. Just one time.
It depends on if it's good.
You've already been in the beef though. You've been in Toronto local beef.
Yeah.
I'm aware of that. You sent a shot my way, I heard it, but it was all right.
No, I didn't.
No, it was a little shot. It was okay. I didn't mind it. But Joe Budden TV, all right, you heard it first. Nigga's not gonna diss anybody.
Nobody, man.
No matter what you say about the nigga, but you're feeling good. Good situation.
I'm happy. I'm honored. I'm honored to be around you, man. This is the first time.
Yo, come on.
Okay, so I can be honest on your network here. I can't be honest to your fans and say I'm honored to be around you. We all used to listen to you, so I don't. You need to take. You need to learn. That's what you need. You need to learn how to take compliments.
I think I take compliments.
No, you don't take compliments, bro. You think everybody bullshitting you.
I'm jaded, right?
You are, man. I'm genuinely saying it's an honor to be around you. It's the first time we've met. You know what I'm saying, formally. And he's a great guy, man. Stop fucking.
You know what, man?
Attacking him. He's a great guy.
Stop attacking him.
I think I'm being with him, man. What you feeling, man?
Right, so you know what? Hopefully this will garner me. This will get me some more female fans.
You should be proud. What's going on? Tahiri looks great tonight. Congratulations.
Tahiri looks great. She's telling me that you're doing phenomenal. But big about it. Damn.
Yeah, I'd be very scared if I was.
Why though?
I don't know. I fear
shit like that.
I fear shit like that. That's why I'm 22 and I'm single. And you know, I'm scared of commitment.
But you're a different type of thing. Well, you're supposed to be scared of commitment because you're 22. Uh-oh. It must be something nice. It must be something. I want to see what's nice.
Yeah, you know.
Let's see what's nice. Is it? How you feeling, baby?
Good, baby. How you?
Okay, I'm good. My nigga, you all right? All right? Oh, it had to be you. It had to be you. It definitely had to be you.
What's good?
What up, boy? I hit you. Where y'all going, Susie Wong?
No, nigga, King.
All right, y'all coming to party then. I'm over there. We're going to talk inside. What up, nigga? You hit me, and I meant to hit you back, and I had a busy day.
Was found us all day. We left him at retreat.
Retreat? Yeah, retreat was stopped at 1, right? All right, stopped at 1. Cool.
We filming tomorrow, Thursday.
Call me. Don't text me. Call me. Don't text me. Call me. Don't text me. You have to call me. Get him too. Look at this guy. Beautiful. All right. Joe Budden TV don't like to record with a crowd around.
Oh shit.
So I'm
crowd around. You don't want no crowd around.
Nah, cause y'all niggas doing it too big. Y'all do it too big. I know it's gonna happen. Y'all gonna go in there.
It's part of the lifestyle. It's part of the
Exactly.
Joe, you already know what it is.
Exactly.
It's written across the back.
Come on. Oh, that's some bullshit. Put me on, man. Put me on. Yes.
That's what's up. Hi, brother.
My nigga, I'm gonna see you inside. I'm coming.
I just want to say hi.
She just want to say hi.
I was just saying I wanted to hear you in the car, and then look, you walk over, you right there. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
See, that's the part I gotta get. You kiss the bitches on the hand.
Sorry, right?
You kiss the bitches on the hand.
Chivalry.
That works. That's chivalry. That shit is. You know what? I might. All right. How you feeling, man? You good?
Real talk, you one of the best.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Man, thank you. say that in vain. He's one of the best. You know that, right?
What up?
I said, don't say it in vain. You know he's one of the best.
Nah, that's how I feel.
I believe him when he says that. See? I believe him.
Don't say it because you know you got a block.
I got it on my I got Joe Budden in my Rolodex. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, I love that. Hey, keep it there. Keep it there.
Exactly.
My nigga. LA.
Follow me on Twitter. LA at night.
Hey, no plugging on Joe Budden TV, right? No plugging. You gotta follow me first. Oh yeah? So let's kick, man. And then I'm gonna kick it. We'll follow each other. Hello. Talk to Drake. Don't even update Twitter. I don't fuck. This nigga don't even fuck with his. Oh, you can't do that though. Let's get a zoom in right here and there. He's smooth. He's smooth. Look at him. Oh yeah. I see what goes on now. I see. Damn, they all stop.
I just gave my number to like 3 people I don't even know. Shit's crazy out here, man.
This is the shit I hate. I hate it, but you on the other.
This guy though, I know. This guy. I know.
It's your boy Remo the Rap Star in the building.
How you feeling, sir?
My nigga Joe Budden. Yo, Joe, listen, B. I'm from the Bronx. Nigga got the whole shit you doing with shooting? Niggas thumbs up, my nigga.
Thumbs up.
Nigga,
Yes.
2 thumbs up.
2 of them.
Matter of fact, 3 thumbs up.
Oh, this baby right on Joe Budden TV. And he got the perfect picture face. He got the perfect picture face.
Oh, my picture face is so nice.
See you later. I ain't gonna front. I might have a beat. Have a beat on the picture face. My nigga. And there, we gonna do it there. I'm coming over there. All right, this nigga just did all that bullshit.
But anyway,
strenuous.
That being said,
go to session.
Yeah.
See that nigga up. Love, nigga. Hit me. All right. And there you go. Look, the all group stop. The ladies stop. This nigga's the man, huh? Hit me, nigga.
There's a bird.
Let's count the smiles.
1, 2, 3.
Amazon Freight can scale with you. Transparent pricing, simple booking, and 24/7 support. All by Amazon's transportation work.
We're here.
Amazon Freight, Amazon's network of smiles. Freight.amazon.com.
OTA Live, time Reds Digital hanging out Tuesdays 11 to 1. Saturdays prime time 4 to 6, baby. You know the Drake did no bio tonight on OTA Live. Haven't listened already.
Yeah, man.
You just heard a bunch of dudes yapping because it's called OTA Talk. We do it about once a month. Check the video clips on the MySpace page, the Facebook page, the YouTube page. We're real easy to find, man. Just search out for OTA Live, all right? And check out flow935.com for all the links. You know the deal. Let's get back into it, man. Drake in the building. Thanks for coming to hang out with us tonight, man.
Oh, man, it's my pleasure.
Let's get to the Hip Hop Canada questions. How about that?
Yeah, let's go Hip Hop Canada.
All right, hiphopcanada.com.
Boy.
You can
A lot of good questions.
Yeah, you can go on the community. Yeah, man, go on the community, check out the thread. You can post your opinions. You know, if you have questions later, maybe, I don't know, you can go on the thread later and answer more of the questions if we can't get to all of them.
I mean, people can always ask me questions. I don't mind.
All right, this one is from Hustle Girl. If you were to start your own Canadian record label, which Canadian artists would you sign, excluding the immediate fam, the Wise Guys?
Wow, that's a good question.
So first of all, break down the Wise Guys again.
Wise Guys, Ken Masters, Johnny Rocks, JD Era, Bishop Brigante, and myself.
All right.
And Young Tony. Man, my bad. What up, Tony? My bad. Yeah, people. Sorry.
Cool, cool.
Okay, so
other than that,
yeah, big shout out to Young Tony because he's definitely integral. Probably one of, if not my favorite rapper in the city for sure. So, who would I sign outside of? Because that would definitely be a group of gentlemen that I would put any money I had, behind it. They're all equally as talented and come with their own vibe. Who would I sign outside of that? I would sign Andrew, hands down.
Yep.
Andrew Mill is like on some. I mean,
it's crazy.
She's my favorite voice to hear, and not even speaking on a Canadian thing. She is just an amazing talent, and I respect her so much.
Any rappers?
Outside, yeah, definitely. Shout out to Richie Sosa. I would definitely. I'm always riding with Richie Sosa. He's a real good dude.
Okay.
Mayhem Moriarty.
Yep.
I'm just always keeping it. He keeps.
You can't get more Toronto than that, man.
He keeps it so real, man. All shout out to Mayhem. Shout out to Sosa, man, and everybody over there.
Let's talk about Boy Wonder real quick.
Oh, can I go to my?
Yeah.
I gotta get mine.
I thought you were done.
No. I'm not done. There's more rappers in the city.
Oh, I know.
I gotta shout Blank. I think, in my opinion, the greatest Canadian of all time. I think. I don't know if anybody else.
Boys together, race together.
Man. I mean, like I said, vivid images, right? And that just did it for me, So shout out Point Blank in a major way. Oh man, gotta say this, man. We go back. Definitely, had our ups and downs, which I saw was one of the questions. But man, Voice is a
yes, Voice,
dude, man. I mean, the dude, like, at the end of the day, I will never discredit somebody who is talented, and he is one of the most talented individuals that I've ever encountered. Whatever the personal issues aside, the dude is like just raw talent. And actually, let me give him his props because he wrote the hook for "Don't You Have a Man." which you know is a major thing that
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
never,
Okay,
just played on the radio, it never gets included. You know, definitely the dude is on.
Ladies love it, and that's all that really matters. Speaking of the songs that the ladies love, nowadays you say the word replacement girl and you get like some form of a ooh from the ladies. Talk about the song and how that all came together. Of course, you and Trey Songz, but like come together.
Well, me and Songs, you know, I've always been a fan of his, you know, before we even became close. And, you know, Trey, that's like, you know, he's like my brother. You know, I definitely am behind anything he does. I co-sign whatever he does. If Trey's punching you, I'm going to be behind, bam, knocking you out, like type thing. You know, I definitely, I ride with him. So, yeah, Replacement Girl came about. It was me, D10, and Nico, my boy Nico. Shout out to Nico. All driving up to Waterloo to visit JDR and his whole clique up there. And I was playing this beat over and over again. I started writing a hook, you know, this and this, all that, whatever. So I started writing it, and I was like, yo, I gotta get Trey on it. And I called my dude in Atlanta. Actually, he's out of Louisiana, but you know, he's always in and out of Atlanta. Shout out to T-Slack. Called T-Slack. He got Delonte Murphy on the phone. Shout out to Butter Murphy. And yeah, you know, Delonte, it was a series of phone calls. Delonte called up Trey. I sent Trey the record, and Trey, you know, not only did he like it, it wasn't all no like, all right, I'm gonna like do the verse and send it to you. It was like, come out to Atlanta, we need to talk and kick it. You know what I'm saying? And
beautiful. I think that's an element that is totally lacking.
Yeah. No, you have to have that. Look, I'm gonna tell you something right now. You are paying an artist money, try and talk him down, and you had 1,000 or 2,000 that he may take off and fly out there, man, and take, just like y'all got in the studio right now, take a camera out there, film it. That's important, because I'll tell you, if I just take a verse over the internet, none of this would have happened. Because I went out to Atlanta, we kicked it for a whole day, built a rapport, so much so that the record came out, he saw what I could do on my own with the MySpace plays, with it playing so many times on Flow, and people just loving it. He put it up on his page, it blew up, and now, I mean, you know, we shot a video, it premiered on 106 in Park, it was the only Canadian. I mean, I have
let the people that do on air supposed to talk. Let us tell you exactly what the facts are.
Man.
You made history by being the first unsigned Canadian artist to get a video played on 106 in Park.
Yeah,
that's a big deal.
That's a big deal.
But by the flip side, do accomplishments like that, do you actually take those things in? Does it actually help you continue on, or is it like just one of them kind of like?
I hear it and I'll be like, okay, noted. You know, cool.
Okay.
Definitely got to keep it moving though. Yeah. That's nothing to dwell on. That is not. I mean, like just when we were walking here, is that even something you brought up? You know, like I mean, like I guess so, but at the same time, you know, I mean, the fact is I remain unsigned even after it's on there. Yeah. So which is cool though. Because, you know, like I was going to say, me and Trey, we built a rapport. Trey got April Boys Music, which is, you know, a company that because of his popularity getting a lot of recognition. And I'm working on my own thing right now. And we're going to definitely, I mean, the joint venture thing has been a discussion, man. The chemistry on that song, chemistry when we do interviews and did the video is a big thing. And you know what I mean? To say that, you know, after he drops his album, does tours, that you may see a Trey and Drake album is not, you know, 100% out of the question.
Yeah.
And it's definitely something that's thought. He's definitely asked to get involved with my album, do a new joint, as well as hopefully his imprint involved somehow.
Crazy.
I mean, it's just been great. It's just been great to work with him. And yeah, man. You know,
I think what's great about you, and you talked about it earlier, and I would have asked you, that you're totally open with talking about things that you've accomplished, but even looking back at the things that you've accomplished with the video and speaking of things that you wish you'd done better.
Oh yeah.
I think that is so mature and like just a good way to look at it.
Yeah.
In general,
I'm 20, man. Learning.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm not ashamed to admit that. You know, that's the proud of. That is my swagger. If you want, you know, that is my swagger. It's like, it's cool, man. And like I said, it was not a mistake. It was just something that you like. It's the same way that Denzel Washington's take acting lessons. You always can hone your craft and always get better. And I'm not ashamed to say, like, I look forward to getting better at rapping, at being a rapper, at being a person, being a human being. You know, all that stuff, man. Like, I mean, it's just cool to be that good shit.
I'm gonna say, if you learn from a mistake, how can it be one? I think that kind of fits Bill. And if we hit those things, I think it's beautiful as well. The team. You just mentioned the team.
Yeah.
We got to wrap up soon, so we got to kind of cut this short.
Oh, wow, man.
But the team, ATF. Tell us about ATF.
Yeah. All right. Well, ATF is the team. It is a movement. You know, you see it. I'm wearing the jeans right now. We got the jackets. You will see us out. It's music. It's life. It's just a group of people, like we say, you know, good karma people. That's the slogan, man.
What's it stand for?
That's what we're about. ATF is all things fresh. You know what I'm saying? It can stand for whatever you want it to stand for, but, you know, the big thing is all things fresh. I got to shout out, you know what I'm saying? I got to shout out everybody associated with ATF. You know, shout out Nico. Like I said, shout out D10, T. Williams, Boy Wonder. You know, the Wise Guys also, that's an extended family. Shout out Jay, shout out T, shout out Haffa, the reps, you know, Bishop, not Bishop Brigante, the other Bishop, you know what I'm saying? Everybody reps up, definitely. It's just a great movement, man. It's a lot of young people progressing, making money, just having fun, man.
And we say that all the time. I think every time we play a joint from Drake, from Aya, or even from D.O., any of these guys, Aristo, the first thing we always end up saying is, man, this city has got so much talent just simmering. It's so beautiful. But I mean, I just really think it's a beautiful time for Toronto. Any last questions? Oh, I got two more. Do you have anything else? I'm good. Okay. Yeah. You did Room for Improvement. I know you're not going to drop an album. Could we see a mixtape maybe then?
I'm coming with the album.
So but is there a solid day for the album? Do you say
I mean, yeah,
you see what I'm saying?
Day, but I mean, it's coming. You know, the album
Tentative.
is called The Search. There, you know, there's a folder for it.
Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah.
New mixtape, yeah, there. You know, it's in it too, man. Called Comeback Season. You know, some books supposed to host it. So, I mean, it's there. It's all coming in due time. You know, whether it be a month and a half, 2 months, the album, whether it be September, October. That's what I'm hoping for, and it's all coming.
Final question. I got one thing after you, Fighter. No, you go first. Like mine. No. Just landing question. No, go. Is there any one thing you feel you have accomplished in your life before your time's up? Is there any one thing that at the end of the day, if you did this thing and you accomplished it, you're good?
Guy, that's not a quick last question.
No, but it was a.
I would say, you know, I want to provide for the people around me. And as long as my family and my friends are healthy and doing well and happy, that's a big thing of mine that I would feel, you know, happy with leaving the earth, knowing that. And the other thing I want to do, man, go to Africa. You know, I know it's like mad cliche or whatever.
World Cup's coming up
soon.
I
mean, I work with charities like you know, like Kofi Annan and just like a lot of things associated with like just a lot of we do a lot of work on the show. And myself personally, I take a lot of interest. My best friend is from Sudan, and we did like the Save Darfur campaign with the bracelets and just all the. I just want to go and witness it, and I want to do everything with my money that I'm hoping to make to help out there. And yeah, man, I just take in.
Man, you got the final one.
You just want to say vote for placement girl. I want to say part.
How many time we got? 11:58. Look, I need to talk to the city right now. Because I don't think you understand the importance of getting this video on count. Yeah. Because aside from Nelly Furtado, I believe this would be the first hip hop video ever from Canada to make the countdown on 106 in Park. So please just take the time. Yeah. If you're at work, even tonight, go on BET.com/106 in Park. You know, click the vote link. It's right there. Drake featuring Trey Songz Replacement Girl. Whether you don't like me and you like the song, or whether you like me but don't like the record, just do this for the city because it's about us. It is our time.
I agree, because sometimes it's like, you know what? If you like, give it a chance. Like, nah, man, it's time to get ignorant.
Dude, man, it's time to go, man. Forget about what you like, man. Just go. That's what South did.
It's Toronto, man.
Just go with who you got, man. It's about that time, and then when the floodgates open, then you can talk about who you
what
want
you like
to be
and what
top.
you don't like.
But let's just get in the door first, man.
No doubt. On that note, OTA Talk episode 11 wrapping up, man. Check video clips on MySpace, YouTube, book out for OTA Live. I guess we'll go right into the burn.
We can go right to the burn because Boogie will be extremely distressed as well too. It don't like, you know what I mean. Take a break, come back with the burn. Toronto. Thank you guys for listening.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
It's OTA Live. Don't move.
Aristo came in magnificent. Drake, good night and good luck.
Yeah.
Aristo, good morning.
Yeah.
Bishop, Masters, Young Tony, Drake, good riddance.
Good. It was good riddance. It was lights out. It was a body, and that's what it was, man. And that's why good riddance. And what happened? Good riddance, right? Bye.
And both of the dudes are still there doing what they do, which is
cool, which is great. You know, like he's got his single out, and you know he's working the album thing. That's cool. But when it comes to trying to check Drake, it was good riddance, body. And it was over.
So
there was no rebuttal. There was no.
It ended right there.
It was good. Like, don't try and check me, man.
So
that was my point all along. Like, you know, you do a little track and that's cool, man. And I will check you, and that's what happened. It was over.
Do you think? See how you spoke on before about how you being an actor might have people question your credibility as a rapper, right?
Yeah.
So do you think that you getting into that beef kind of was your way of telling people like, yo, nah, you can't think of me that way?
I think that was part of the reason that I definitely decided to do it. Was like. I felt it couldn't hurt me. It would hurt me if I made a whack song, but I knew that there was just. I mean, what I like to do is when another dude is gonna be like, state the obvious, like, okay, Drake, you're on TV and you're cupcake soft, and when I see you outside of this club, you're gonna get hit. When I that, I'm like, okay, man, you're about to get it. Because I mean, I just like such clever things. I mean, that's what I pride myself on. My favorite rapper is Fontaine because he just says things. That could be said, and Hov too. I mean, there's a lot of rappers that do it. They say things that you could say straightforward. They finally say it. They're like, man, that's how I think of it. They never verbally communicate it that way, but that's just how I think of it, and I appreciate that in hip hop. So when I saw the situation, I was like, okay, here got a dude who, you know, it was just an easy target, man. It was like,
Yeah. Which of these words best describes Drake when Drake is feeling conflict with someone? I'm gonna throw some words: impulsive, calculated, wary, or even just enthusiastic.
When I'm feeling tension
when
with
you
somebody,
feel conflict with somebody in your situation, how do you feel when you're addressing that situation?
I'm definitely I fell victim to the impulsive decision, and we're ready to go. Because rap is something that I'm just confident here, man. I feel good here. You know, I'm not scared.
Yeah.
I'm not scared, and that's the thing. Like, you know, I I wouldn't do that. Like, it's just a place where it just urge you, like, don't push me, man. Especially, I'm not scared to go with anybody if that's where you want to go. I mean, and only if it's good. Only if it's like some garbage track, I'm not gonna do. I'm doing too much. I'm busy, dude. You know, I'm not gonna go and take the time. But if it's somebody I feel like it needs to get addressed, then definitely I'll do it. And it's calculated too.
Okay.
But impulse in the fact that maybe I'm eager to put the track out, but the things that I'm gonna say are do my research.
So we all love Toronto.
Yeah.
How do you feel now? How do you feel the city has embraced you? Like, what's the feeling you get when you're out?
The feeling I get when I'm out is I feel like I feel like the first artist in a long time to get like this 92% love factor. You know, like I get
break that down.
Well, I mean, like I said, there's always going to be the people that you're not going to impress, whether it's like the overly fashion conscious uber retro kid, or like whether you just don't appeal to the thugs. There's going to be a group of people that don't feel you, or just maybe particular people that don't feel you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I just get a lot of love at mall, at movies, at a club, at FO, you know, at Much Music. I think people in the city are excited. I'm excited for this. I'm excited for next. I'm excited because I think finally we have.
Yo. I'll play one more video, and then I'm gonna speak on it real quick, okay? I gotta say, you were one of the journalists that knew what was up, and funny that we don't speak about these journalists enough.
Their best interests are before you take that vow. So that's I'm looking though. I'm definitely looking right now, man.
And All Things Fresh, is that your current record label that you run?
Well, it's funny, like ATF, like which is All Things Fresh. It was actually started out as a group of my friends that just would go out and we would sort of go out and either go like for a nice dinner or just buy like, you know, go to the club and buy champagne, and everybody started noticing us as like a crew, you know. So it's more of a crew of people that really just have the same, like, you know, we like to get money, we like to enjoy ourselves, have fun. ATF is more of my friends, but my label actually is called October's Own, and I run it with two partners. It's Oliver El-Khatib and Noah Shabib, who goes by 4040, and that's the label that's the imprint that I'm working under, is October's Own. So
I see. And can you let us in on some of the record companies that have offered?
Yeah, I mean, I've had meetings with everybody. I've had meetings with Interscope. I've had talks with Universal Motown, Rockefeller Records, Def Jam. I had a big meeting last week with Koch, Sony, Epic.
Oh, yeah?
That looks like a pretty good situation. I don't know. I mean, originally I really wanted to be on Def Jam or Rockefeller, but they got a lot of artists over there right now, and I think that what I have to offer is very unique. It takes somebody who really is trying to break into a mainstream market and understands the power of marketing itself. And I'm not saying Def Jam Rockefeller does, but I think that maybe they're what they need right now in terms of artists is a little different than where I'm at.
A lot of rap music, it's all about the online hype. You have Soulja Boy, you have other artists, and they just, they see these big names for the record labels, and they say, okay, I've had all this internet hype.
Yeah.
This isn't doing anything for me. It just it's a record label name. It's just not getting me any new fans or putting my name out.
You gotta kind of they have to complement each other. The artist has to complement the label and vice versa. Because when one is more powerful than the other, then you either get an artist who doesn't want to sign to a label because they feel like they have too much to offer, or you get a label who you always want the label to be interested in helping you in the sense of progressing even further. You don't want them to be coming to you saying, how can we start your career off? Because that's always when it gets a little sticky, I think, with artists. Somebody phrased a saying to me, but I forget how it goes right now, or else I'd say it and sound really smart, but I can't remember it right now. But it was a really good saying, though, and I'll bring it up next time we do an interview for sure.
Yeah, and MySpace has ranked you the #1 unsigned artist in Canada. What do you think of this?
It's crazy. It started this is probably the most intimate I've done because we're where it started right now. This is my dwelling, and it's it started right here. Just me being yo, I want to rap and I want to do this music thing, take it seriously. And I learned and I sat and I observed and I watched, and it's crazy to go on there. We were actually, it was funny, we were in the studio the other night just going on different artists MySpace, artists that are signed, people big people. I won't say any names because I don't want to put anybody on it. There was some big people that we went on their MySpace, and I definitely had more plays than them for the day, and it's crazy. It's a great thing. It showed me that maybe corporate America doesn't get it yet, and the record labels don't get it, but definitely I think the people really appreciate it, and somebody keeps coming back. Whether it's one person, that's all I need, that one guy to make himself known, but it's a lot of fans. And
where do you think the fan base started from? Do you think it was from Degrassi, or do you think it was from your friends just passing it on to other people?
Oh no, I definitely think that if it wasn't for Degrassi, I think it would be, it wouldn't be as grand as it is. I think that I think people keep coming back because the quality of music is great, and I have confidence in that. I definitely have confidence in my music, and I know that for people, a great product to listen to. But the fan base, Degrassi was a stepstone, it was why people saw my face, and maybe they were even eager to hate, even eager to be yo, this dude has a MySpace, I just want to hear how whack it is.
Yeah.
And then they go on, and I get a lot of those emails yo, I went on your MySpace, and I thought that shit was I thought it was gonna be that, and they're oh, you're talented, dude, I'm not happy. So those are always the best ones, definitely.
Now, where do you think you'd be without MySpace? Did you know about MySpace before you started rapping, or?
No, I kind of know about it. Okay, actually, it was a
what a
rapper named Promise.
Are we not going down the rabbit hole real quick? Are we not going down the rabbit hole? I gotta tell you, man, watching some of these Drake interviews that have popped up on my feed and Drake interviews before he was famous, is really interesting. And not only that, but it's really interesting how he used MySpace to become for the comments. Some people said GNX, no question. Willie, what'd you say? Kendrick sold. I know I read this before, but let me just read this again, because I want to make sure if I need to address this or not. Or no, after you. Surprised by this poll. 70%. Oh yeah. I think we read that. Well, I see your comment right there, Willie, and I appreciate you. Yeah, that's a possibility that we have the Kendrick bots and we have the Drake bots. But I am happy to say that at least these interviews are popping up on my feed. Like if I was going down this rabbit hole, and you guys can just go down this rabbit hole with me, because man, there's some interviews right here that I forgot that Drake even did. Like some of them I saw, I was like, oh yeah, I remember that. Like I remember seeing that interview, or I remember him doing that one, or MTV, or stuff like that. I was like, okay, I remember those interviews. But some of these ones right here, I was like, yo.
And Promise has been so, no pun intended, but prominent in my life. In terms of just putting me onto these internet things, and he's really on it, so he was like, yo, get a MySpace, it's the new thing. Like this is like probably, I don't even know when it was, like it had to be a couple years ago, or like at least like a year and a half ago.
Yo, Drake is saying right here, get a MySpace. I remember back then, man, MySpace was on and popping. Still kind of is in some ways, but yes. I remember, as I said, man, MySpace was on and popping.
And he was like, yo, get a MySpace. I'm telling you, it's the new thing. You'll do so well on there. Get your music out. And I kept ignoring his invites and requests. And then eventually everything was just MySpace.
Oh, yes.
And when I met Trey Songz, like he had a MySpace. And so, it just made sense to put the record up there and see how it did. And after that, I wish I could put more work into my MySpace. There's a dude that I want to do my MySpace, but he's just very busy. He's a web designer, but I really want to make my MySpace more interactive for the fans in the future. But yeah, MySpace has been essential in my hype and my buzz. Definitely, it's a place for people to go and listen to my music, which is always great, for free.
Now you were talking about Trey Songz. You do a lot of collaborations with him.
Yeah.
Were you friends with him before this rap thing started? How did you meet him? And is it sort of a friendship, or is it just a professional sort of relationship?
It's funny. Like I met Trey in Atlanta. Originally, it was like straight business. I had a record that I wanted him on, which was Replacement Girl. I wrote it. I sent it to him. He listened to it, and he really liked it. And I mean, even when I got there, he told me like, yo, I don't just jump on any record. I turn down a lot of people. A lot of people want me on their songs, but the songs are just not up to par. I don't do it, even if they have the money. So me and Trey, I think we just recognized, like, I love R&B, but I can't do it as well as he can. He is like one of the best singers I've ever heard in my life. I think he sort of vice versa recognizes he loves rap. And I think he admires what I'm able to do with a rap verse, So me and Trey just saw eye to eye, and then, just being two young dudes who, have the same interests, which is like females, music, money.
Yeah.
Like, we just bonded, and Trey, You know, Trey's been like an older brother to me. Like, he's looked out for me. I mean, he's the reason my video was on 106. Like, he's looked out for me in ways that he really didn't have to, because it, like you said, it could have just been straight professional. Like, here's your song, here's my, you know, whatever, and that's done. The transaction is done, you know. But me and Trey now probably have about six or seven songs together. And there's more to come. Like, me and Trey songs is definitely something.
Now, I'm just wondering, you said, you know, you're into all the girls, money, and music. Now, a lot of artists, a lot of hip-hop artists who are sort of in that urban sort of genre, you know, use the N-word in their music. And, you know, a lot of people are saying, you know, it's used in a musical context, and black people can say it to black people, and as long as it's not in the way or offending, that it's okay. But then you have people like Al Sharpton, who say, you know, shouldn't be in music, should not be in anything. What's your take on that?
Well, I think you have to, you know, that's a very interesting question, because I personally do use it in my music, you know, and it's a tough thing, because I never feel when I'm doing it that I'm wrong. I never consider that, but then, you know, I also take an interest in my people and my other lyrics. Like, just because I say that word, you know, I'm never necessarily surrounding it by other phrases that are bringing down black people. You know, if anything, I think my music show that black men can be intelligent, that black men can have real thoughts, as opposed to just shooting guns and doing all the stupid stuff that maybe society thinks that we do as rappers, as black men, as whatever. But I think, you know, like Nas's new album title is also interesting, you know, and I'm interested to see what he does with that, because he has so much hype around the fact. I don't know if you know that his album title is just the N-word, like, you know, and I'm interested to see what he does and what he has to say. I think maybe I'm interested to see what he does and what he has to say. I think maybe I'll even have more to say after I hear that record. I want to know. Yeah, I mean, to me, like, Nas is a visionary, and I'm curious to see where the industry goes. You know, definitely. I mean, I'm respectful of the times, you know, like, and if the times change, like, if there were, like, it was a unanimous decision, like, we're not gonna do this anymore, and no one uses the N-word, and it's really offensive, and now all of a sudden it's like the wackest thing to do. Obviously,
we kind of have to watch these interviews. You know what I'm saying? You know why? Because this was before the fame. This was before the millions and millions of dollars. Like, maybe Drake was seeing a little bit of success right here, but I don't think it was at the level that was like, yo, super crazy. You know what I'm saying? Super crazy success. I don't think it was at that level. A little bit of this interview. And what Drake is portraying in this interview is actually quite interesting. You know what's also interesting is that I read the comments, and some people said that the person that's interviewing him, they hope that Drake came back through and hooked him up with something, I guess, you know, whatever that might be, money, gifts, who knows. But all I know is that this is a pretty good interview, and this goes to show you why you can't just believe in mainstream media. Yo, what a crazy interview. Drake sitting on the couch with a bunch of dirty clothes. But yo, not only that, but it's like, I appreciate the fact that he's speaking the real, and that the interviewer is asking some real questions. I appreciate that fact. But on top of that, yo, this is something that needed to be happened for the culture, and I'm glad that my algorithm is showing me these videos, and I'm able to share with you. I'm happy about that. You know what I'm saying? For real. I'm happy about that. So, yeah. Let's see what else Drake has to say right here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do it because, you know, I have to do it for the people. But right now, I mean, my music, I think, I say it, but I never say it in a derogatory way. And I'm also like, I come from a family in Memphis, Tennessee, where it's like, it's just something we say to each other, you know, and it's like, it's not really like something.
It makes the music natural.
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, I don't even really want to say that because that could even be used against me. Like, I don't. At the end of the day, it's a racial slur. It's something that hasn't clicked with me yet, and maybe I'm too young, or maybe I just haven't.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, there were some weird things said right there. But still, I think we get the subject matter. Do you understand what I'm saying? I think we understand the essence of this. And the point of this video is that Drake is basically letting you know that he is coming. He's coming to do it, man. He's coming to do it. He's got some lyrics. He's got some raps. He knows how to rap. He knows how to sing. Damn. Where's she at? Yo, where's she at? He knows how to sing and he knows how to rap. We can't take that away from Drizzy Drake. And this is what I said to one of the homies. It sounds like he brought it back on this mixtape. Yes. Where he brought it back to mixtape Drake. Mixtape Drizzy Drake. You know what I'm saying?
I haven't delved that deep into the black culture to be like, I'm never gonna say that. And you know, like me, I'm just a young kid that loves to make music, and you know, it's just a word that tends to come up in my music, but it's never like something that's to bring people down. You know, I just say it because it's part of my vocabulary, just like the F word, just like a lot of different things. You know, it's nothing offensive. It's just injected in my vocabulary. So.
Now, as an unsigned artist, do you run every aspect of your career, or do you have different people doing everything? Because if you had a record label, you know, have one company doing all marketing, all publicity. So are you basically doing that all yourself, or do you have individual people doing that stuff for you?
Well, I personally pretty much do everything, along with like my mother helps me with the mixtapes, like sending them out to people, and that's real cool that she takes an interest like that. And you know, like I was saying, Oliver and Noah, the two guys that I work closely with, you know, they definitely help me along the way with a lot of things. But I mean, a lot of the decisions right now, are on my shoulders. I have the final say in my career, which is a nice thing, because if I make a mistake,
I was saying that most people that have built successful businesses have had help from their parents. Don't sleep on that. Don't sleep on what Drake did. Look it up.
Only one to blame. But I mean, you know, there's a lot of people that deserve credit, you know, like T Slack, like Noah, like Oliver, like my uncle, like my mother. A lot of people help me and inspire me, and then there's producers, a list of producers. It's not just me. It'll never be just me. You know, an artist has a great team. That's why they're a great artist. But right now, like the corporate and business decisions are definitely on me right now.
I see. And Now, moving on to your acting career, it's reported that you're going to be in the film Charlie Bartlett, opens in 2008. What exactly is your role? Everyone wants to know. It says Aubrey Graham attached to the movie, but no one knows your specific character.
I play this character that is just a really unfortunate, very insecure kid, having problems at home, and I just turned to Charlie, who's played by Anton Yelchin, who's a phenomenal actor. I turned to him just for help. It's not a huge role in the movie, but it was fun. It was fun to be on that set, because I think the project itself is a, there's a lot of names attached to it that I think we'll see a lot more of in the future.
Oh yeah.
And there was a couple kids from Degrassi in it too, and friends of mine that I'm pretty close with. So it was a great project to be involved in, and I'm actually in talks for another movie next year. Which is going to be a great project. I can't even say anything about it because I'm not even directly attached to it, but they approached me the other day, and the script is great, and there's some big names also involved in that. So definitely, I should hopefully, God willing, have another movie out next year too.
Now it was filmed here in Toronto, in Northern, right? Now you went to school in Toronto, and when you went back there, did it bring back some memories of school? It wasn't. I mean, it wasn't the same school as the one you went to. But did it bring sort of back memories of, because now you're in Degrassi. Obviously, that shooting on a set, that's a school.
That does, yeah.
Yeah, that does.
That does. Degrassi was more Degrassi stirs up more past than Charlie Bartlett did. Just because I was there so briefly. I was only in a school for one day. Actually. So. Yeah, Degrassi though definitely makes me think of times I had and times that I may have missed out on. There's some high school times that I never got to have. I never got to go to many school dances. I never really got to have too many girlfriends in high school. That just wasn't really my life at the time. My life was very focused on my career, and I had a difficult time in high school too. As a student, I really wasn't the best student in school, so I ended up dropping out of high school actually to pursue music, and I hope one day soon that I can go back and graduate. And it's not something that I'm proud of, but it was definitely a decision I don't regret, because I think things are going great for me right now. And my mother educates me also, and helps me be well spoken and conduct myself properly in life. But yeah, definitely. Degrassi brings up things, we're about to shoot this prom episode, and there's some crazy stuff that happens, and it's I never had a prom, I never did that stuff. So I think about it sometimes, it touches home sometimes.
Yeah. And now, were there any issues? Degrassi is full of issues that, personally haven't really struck me.
Yeah.
But some issues that do affect kids. Were there any episodes that you sort of had to take a time out, or you sort of researched first, or you sort of thought, this is a little extreme?
Well, when I was going to be in the wheelchair, I definitely did a lot of research. Or whatever. Go there. Craft services is my savior. I go get a tea and some food, and then it's just shooting nonstop. If you're in every scene, you really do not have a moment to rest except from 1:30 to 2:30, which is lunch. But it can be from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. if it's a full day, or 6 to 7:30. And it's hard work. People think it's easy, to be on your feet and have people tugging and pulling you and saying, all right, you're done this scene, now come over here and do this interview, now come over here and talk to these fans and take this picture, all right, now we're going back to work, now you're gonna block shoot and then shoot this and rehearse this, and the director wants to talk to you, and here's your lines for the next scene. It's very overwhelming. You gotta really be rested, and if you're not, it's the hardest day in the world.
Now, how do you get your start on Degrassi? Was it already on air before you were approached, or before you approached them?
I actually got an audition through my agent, and I was supposed to be it was a role for a football player, a Greek football player. It was what I auditioned for, and it was crazy. They just changed the role, and it became Jimmy Brooks, this character that they almost made as I walked in there. we used to do. We used to all go out, and when we were younger, it was like more of like, oh, let's go somewhere this weekend. Let's go to Laser Quest or go to like get wings or whatever, you know. But now it's kind of like we're grown up. Like people want to buy their own houses, people buy their own cars, they're in relationships, they're going away to school, like, you know. So we don't really see each other as much anymore.
Oh wow. So like, what's it looking like? Like, what do you think is gonna end up happening tonight? You're just like making stuff happen.
What do you mean? Yo, we're making stuff happen.
Like, no, stuff obviously is going down, but besides the whole music and career thing, what else?
Out with the mixtape. Nah, forget that. The bootleg album. You know what I mean?
That's big. That's big.
It ain't my mixtape. It's like some new level shit. You know
that's
what I mean?
big. That's big.
We're gonna drop that. He's gonna sell millions, right?
For sure.
He's gonna buy me a house.
That's big.
A Bentley and a Phantom.
He's gonna all buy you a Bentley. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. For sure.
Then we're gonna come back to Toronto.
Hold on, where you guys gonna be? Hold on, where you guys gonna be then?
Yo, we're gonna be everywhere. We're not gonna stay in Toronto.
Okay.
This is worldwide. You know what I mean? Turks and Caicos, Ibiza. You know what I mean? Places you can't even pronounce.
That's big.
You know what I mean? We'll be, Thailand. We're trying to do it all over.
That's big. That's big. That's
yo,
big.
So y'all need to holler at us right now.
Like immediately.
Immediately.
Like immediately.
Like, yo, too late.
Yo, honestly though, I'm serious. Once the clock hits 12, my feature price is going up straight.
Ooh.
You know what I mean? I'm not messing with no locals that don't have and talk too much.
That's big.
Once the clock strikes, you better get me for a feature tonight in
That's
the studio.
big.
You
That's
better
big.
drive me to the studio and get me for a verse because once the
get
clock
this nigga before it's
once the clock hits 12, yo, I'm serious. It's done.
That's big, yo.
I'm done messing with it.
Yo, so
it's Nicholas F. It's Jay.
That's big.
Burglar Squad. You know what I mean? VO.
That's big.
B10 Show. Boy Wonder. Everybody.
Yo, so like right here, this isn't even stage. Like